Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to welcome you to the international seminar in Indigenous Psychology from Theory into Practice, Creating Happiness at Work. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Theo, who is going to be the master of ceremony for this event. On this occasion, it's an honor to us to introduce and welcome the honorable guest today, the Rector of Fpsi.mercubuana-yogya.ca.id, Mr. Dr. Agus Slamet STP.MP. The Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, Fpsi.mercubuana-yogya.ca.id, also the President of Industrial and Organization Psychology Association of Yogyakarta, Mrs. Reni Yuniasanti, PhD, Psikologi. Good morning, Mrs. Reni. The President of Industrial of Organization Psychology Association of Indonesia, Mr. Dr. Sumaryono, MSI, Psikologi. The all lecturers of the Faculty of Psychology Fpsi.mercubuana-yogya.ca.id, and also we welcome all the presenters and participants of the international seminar Indigenous Psychology from Theory into Practice, Creating Happiness at Work. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, for a brief moment we would like to invite you to rise and sing the Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. May we all rise for the anthem. You may be seated now. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, allow me to read the main agendas of the event. We will begin with the opening speeches and photo session, followed by the core of seminar, which is divided into 2 sessions, continued by Q&A session and break time. Let us now begin the first session of the event today. Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming speech delivered by the Dean of Faculty of Psychology Fpsi.mercubuana-yogya.ac.id, Mrs. Reni Yuniasanti, PhD Psikologi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Reni.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning for all. The Honorable, the Vice Dean of Faculty Psikologi, Dr. Muhammad Wahyu Kunchoro, the keynote speaker for international seminar this morning, Prof. Uchol Krim from Inha University. Thank you so much for your time for sharing information and knowledge for us. And of course, for all the committee of the international seminar, and for all my friends from Universitas Islam Indonesia, Universitas Ahmad Dahlan, Universitas Sanata Dharma, and the others, and of course for the all lecturers and the students from Universitas Mercubuana-Yogyakarta. Thanks God, we give to God for the ceremony session in this morning, because is this the second time Prof. Uchol Kim come to Faculty of Psikologi Universitas Mercubuana-Yogyakarta, and in this session we'll give knowledge about indigenous psychology from theory into practice, creating happiness at work. And of course, for this theme, I'm sure it's not very awkward, and very often we hear about this, but what is about the implementation in Indonesia, especially at Jogja, because before we are Faculty of Psychology with Prof. Uchol Kim already make research about happiness, about leadership, stress, and resilience. And maybe from result of the happiness, because the result of leadership and the stress and resilience is still ongoing, we can learn something that can have new inspiration for our research. And in here, especially for my friend from Association of Psychological and Industrial and Organizations, it will be the first meeting of the offline prof, because before it we always have activities still in online, and maybe in this section we can share and contact together to make a new collaboration in research, especially in happiness, leadership, and stress and relations. And that's all from me. I hope we can get much information and benefit from this international seminar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Reni, for the speech. For a brief moment, now we are going to on photo sessions. Please, to all participants, come to the front. The photo session will be directed by the committees. All of you may be seated now. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to our main agenda today, which is to hear from our speaker. The seminar will be moderated by Mrs. Nina Fitriana, MPSI PhD Psikologi. Before beginning, allow me to read the short CV of the moderator. She has educational background as doctoral degree from University of Malaya, Malaysia at 2022, and master degree of Magister Psychology Science from UGM from and master degree Magister Psikologi Profesi from Universitas Mercubuana-Yogyakarta at 2013, and undergraduate, etc. And research interests, she's interest in industrial and organizational psychology, positive psychology, happiness at work, subjective well-being, job crafting, and flow at work. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the moderator, Mrs. Nina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Theo. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everybody. How are you? Good. Okay, I hope we are in a good condition. Good morning, Professor. How was your time in Jogja? Okay, thank you very much. As our Dean said that today is our second occasion. Mr. Kim come to University of Mercubuana of Yogyakarta, especially for psychology faculty. Last time we have international seminar on November and workshop on January, face-to-face, not online, and now we have an international seminar again on July 2022. Okay, everybody, please welcome to this international seminar entitled Indigenous Psychology from Theory into Practice, Creating Happiness at Work. It's an honor for us to have again Mr. Kim here, and today we'll have a very interesting session. The session will be divided into three. The first is about indigenous psychology, understanding people and context, and then the second session will be building relations, leadership ability at work, and after that we'll have break session, and the last session will be managing stress and enhancing resilience at work. Okay, before we start, I will tell a little bit about Mr. Kim or Professor Kim CV. Of course, I will not tell a lot, all the CV because it takes a long time. For the affiliation, Professor Kim is from College of Business Administration, Inha University, Korea, and he got his PhD from Queen University, Kingston, Canada. And for the master degree, he got from the same university, which is Queen's University, Kingston, Canada. And for the undergraduate, also taken from the same, it is also from Canada. And for the academic employment, as I said before, it's from Inha University. Okay, without further ado, I think we'll have Professor Kim here. Please welcome, Professor. Okay.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be back in Yogyakarta. I must be very honest, I'm not a happy person because I focus on research and work. I enjoy working. In this sense, I'm very American. But for some strange reason, when I come to Yogyakarta, I become happy. And I said, why? Because everybody's smiling. everybody's friendly, so I have to smile also. And when I smile, I become happy. Okay? So this is the main reason I come to Yogyakarta, to be happy and to collaborate on research together. So when we talk about indigenous psychology, there is a misconception about it's from people from Papua, Kalimantan, village, rural area, Gotong Royong, traditional concepts. But we no longer live in traditional villages, okay? We live in modern society, and a lot of young people live here. That you spend more time with your smartphone connecting online, and we just found this out in our research. So indigenous means understanding people in context. I just came from several cities. First, I was in Malang, then I went to Bandung, then I went to Jakarta, and now in Jogja. You all know it's very different. The cultural, ethnic differences, the locations, okay? And so even within Indonesia, there's tremendous variation, okay? So the question I ask, are you American? So why are you doing American psychology? The theory comes from the United States. So are you individualistic? Do you like to compete and fight? And do you want to be a winner? Okay? These are core American values. One of the things that I realize is Indonesians, especially Javanese, do not like conflict. They don't want to compete with other people. They compete within themselves. And they like to cooperate. And this is the concept of Gotong Royong, traditionally. And so Indonesians are not individualistic. They're not competitive. And winning is not the most important thing. So what is the core value of Indonesia? So you're Indonesians, so you should know. What makes Indonesian special, unique, different? So what are the core values of Indonesians? So you have to tell me. I can tell you the core value of Koreans is self-cultivation, hard work, cooperation, and family, okay? These are core values. You have to work hard, study hard, and you have to compete, and you have to take care of your family, okay? So probably Korea is a little bit more similar to Indonesia. Maybe that's why a lot of you watch Korean drama and you like to sing Korean pop, right? But what is the culture of Indonesia? What makes Indonesia special, different from other countries? United States, Korea, or Germany, Netherlands? Do you know what it is? You should know what it is, right? Well, the problem is because if you lived in Yogyakarta all your life, if you have not been Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Papua, and if you have not talked to people all over Indonesia, your understanding of Indonesia is very limited as a Javanese growing up in Jogja, okay? So you cannot say what is Indonesian as a whole, okay? Well, even Panasila says you have 5 religions. And how do they interact? So we did a study. So I came to first UGM, just across the street. I was invited to provide a lecture on indigenous psychology because my colleague Fato Rockman, Quatalini, and Helly decided they're learning psychology, but this is not us. We're very different from what the psychological theories of Sigmund Freud, Jean Piaget, Skinner. You have all learned this, but does it really make sense? So they invited me, and then they said, we want to do research in indigenous psychology. Well, how do you do research, and how do you know a culture? You can be an anthropologist to go to a village in Kalimantan, in Borneo, and study that local culture for many years. But you are studying just one culture. So indigenous psychology is understanding people in context. And culture examines the content of your consciousness. What are you thinking? What are you feeling? And how does it influence your behavior? So how do you study culture? Of course, you can study custom, language, traditions, norms, but that's the past. Indonesia is changing very quickly, okay? So the best way to study culture is what Wilhelm Wundt called cultural psychology, okay? And best way to study cultural psychology is to collect data. Ask people. And we did study with UGM. We collected thousands of data, more than 7,000 to 8,000 data from different parts of Indonesia. What is the basis of trust? Why do you trust people? What is the basis of happiness? What is the basis of academic achievement? What is the basis of sadness, anger? So we asked people in open-ended questionnaire these questions. And guess what we found? Something common in all these studies: stress, happiness, achievement, trust. What do you think that is? If I tell you these two words, you say, yes, oh yes, I recognize them. This is what makes Indonesian unique. These two words are caring and sharing. Okay? Indonesians care about their family members, their community members, and they share what they have. They like to share the food, they like to share the emotion, okay? Especially when people smile and welcome everybody. So, how do I know this? I'm a Korean, grew up in Canada, through research, okay? Through collecting data, we begin to understand it. So caring and sharing is very different from individualism and competition, fighting to win, right? So the psychology you learn in the textbook does not fit the realities of Indonesia, except one area in which there's a lot of competition, a lot of fighting, and a lot of conflict. That is what we call at work. Businesses are American-based because the goal is to make money, profit, and to be a winner. So when I conduct research in companies, it is not at all Indonesian in terms of culture. It's very American, it's very competitive. People don't trust one another, they're not happy at work, and they don't collaborate. Okay? So in the communities, when I visit the communities all over Indonesia, you have a sign that says Salamat Datang, okay, welcome, right? And when I go to the community, people are very friendly. People work together, people are cooperative. Even in a village that I visited where there was an earthquake, people help one another in times of tragedy or events. But when I go to Jakarta, it's a completely different world. People driving, people competing. So is Jakarta part of Indonesian culture? Or is it closer to United States? So we need to understand that Indonesians are not Americans. And when you try to be like Americans, you'll end up having Jakarta and Surabaya. Do you want Jogja to become like Jakarta? Or like Bandung being invaded by people from Jakarta and ruining their culture and way of life? So, I'm an indigenous and cultural psychology. I came here because I'm a little bit concerned about young Indonesians and middle-aged women. Why are you watching Korean drama? Why are you singing Korean song? Are you Korean? You don't look like Korean. You try to speak Korean. Okay, if it's entertainment, it's okay. You can watch American pop, Korean pop. But what are Indonesian culture, singing, dancing, drama that you can develop? Should you not develop your own culture, own tradition, and export it to Korea, United States? Okay. The only export that I find in Korea is nasi goreng. I can go to a restaurant and eat nasi goreng, and it's terrible. And they charge you 100,000 rupiah for terrible nasi goreng. Okay? So these are the things that we need to think about. What makes Indonesians Indonesian? And the second question is, do you want to be happy? Do you know how to be happy? Okay? And what makes you happy? When are you happy? So I know Indonesians are happy, at least they smile, but I notice after 15 years, smile is not a smile. People smile when they're happy, when they're nervous, when they're afraid, when they're stressed, when they're angry. So I discovered after 15 years, 20 different smiles in Indonesia. Okay? And when people smile, it doesn't mean that they're happy. Okay? And when I visit villages and families, still there are a lot of conflicts. Okay? So how can you be happy? I'll tell you the answer. Very simple answer. If you want to be happy, use your brain. Okay, now you know the answer. So now everyone can be happy. So the second question is, do you know how to use your brain? So you know how to use your fingers to search the internet. You know how to use your hands to drive a motorcycle. Okay? You know how to use your feet to walk. Do you know how to use your brain? What is the most important part of your body? It's your brain. It operates every other part of your body. And this is the second thing that I will talk about. Do you know your ancestors? Do you know information about your genes? What you're born with? You know your parents, but do you know your ancestor 80,000 years ago? Do you know where you come from? 80,000 years ago. We have to know our past. Do you know how your brain works and how your genes operate? Okay. We have to know that because it is the basis. And do you know what is culture and how to study culture? These are things that we need to know in order to understand what makes people happy, healthy, and live long. Okay. So, what makes people happy, healthy, and live long? Okay? Because this is what Chinese wanted all the time, long life, okay? But you don't want to be sick living to 100, so you want to be healthy. But if you're healthy, live long, and depressed, it's not a good life. So you want to be happy, healthy, and live long. There's one secret, and it was discovered in the United States, 85-year-long longitudinal study. So they studied Harvard men in 1938, just out of the Great Depression, and followed them up for 85 years. Of course, some of them died, but they followed their children, their family, and also people living in Boston in poor urban cities. So they followed these people, 724, for 85 years. They have the medical record, they have genetic tests, they have the brain scan, and they have the psychological profile. Okay, so they studied what makes people happy, healthy, live long, okay, in the United States. And they found something shocking that they did not expect. And when you hear the answer, Indonesians would say, of course. What is it? So if you want to be happy, healthy, and live long, you have to have this one thing. What is that? Good relationship. If you have good relationship, you'll be happy, you'll be healthy, especially social support, and you will live 10 years longer than people who are alone and feel loneliness. Does it make sense to you? But in psychology, we don't study relationship. Okay? We don't study close relationship. Only Bowlby attachment theory. But it says after you're attached, you have to separate, individuate, and become individuals. So that's why 25% of Americans are depressed, because they're alone. And one of the worst health indicators is smoking, drinking, and loneliness. Loneliness kills. If you're lonely, you live 10 years less than if you have good relationship. And you will have a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety. Okay? So if you want to be unhappy, unhealthy, and die early, be like Americans. Okay? Teach American theory. Okay? Like what happens when you go to Jakarta and work in companies. Okay? So what is indigenous psychology? It's understanding the context, because Yogyakarta is not the same as Malang or Bandung or Jakarta. You know it is true, right? It's not the same as Korea or Germany, Netherlands, or New York. So there is no universal theory that can explain everything. We have to do the necessary work and study people in context, in communities and family. What makes them happy, healthy, and successful. Okay? So we cannot just teach American psychology because you're being colonized psychologically. Why? Because it doesn't work. That is the conclusion of Albert Bandura, the most famous psychologist that we know. Okay? So let me briefly introduce myself. And so I was born in Korea, but my parents emigrated to Canada. So I grew up in Canada. I looked like Korean, but speak English, and you're wondering why? Because I grew up in Canada at the age of 9. If you learn a language before age of 10, you can become fluent. But if you try to learn English at the age of 20, no matter how you try, still it is difficult. You know why? The brain that is responsible for language is captured by Bahasa or Korean. So if you have to learn another language, it has to go bypass. Okay? Rather than taking a highway, you have to take small roads. Okay? So it takes a long time to learn a language, but it is possible. But the best way to learn English is not in Yogyakarta or even Malaysia. You have to go to English-speaking country. Okay? So I grew up in Canada, received my degree in psychology, but when I was taking psychology, I was learning a lot about rats and pigeons, okay? About Freud, about results that did not make any sense to me. And when I went to Korea, I realized psychology that I was learning does not make any sense. It doesn't look at culture. So I majored in Korean studies to learn about religion, philosophy, music, and art. What is psychology? Of course, we have a body that works like physics, chemistry, and biology. But the most important thing is not visible. So this phone, what do you think? Do you think it's an Apple or a Samsung or Vivo, Oppo? It's, of course, Samsung, okay? What is the difference between Samsung and Apple? Not the hardware, because Samsung used to make all the hardware for Apple, 44%. Hardware is basically the same. The processor, NAND, camera, the screen or LED. Our body is basically the same. We share 99.5% of genes with any two individuals. Only 0.5% makes us different. But I talk and behave different from you. Why? Because of the software. Apple has iOS, Samsung uses Android. Different software is used to operate the machine. So the most important thing is not the hardware that psychology study, but the software, the mind. Okay? And so I realized psychology cannot understand the software of the mind. And my first job was at University of Hawaii. I taught at Hawaii There are a lot of cultural differences, much more than in Indonesia. Then my colleague asked me to visit Japan. And my first response is that I hate Japanese. They're cruel, brutal, inhumane. I never visited Japan. I never met Japanese. And why did I have this belief? It's because my father told me all the terrible things the Japanese did, because he was a Christian. And he was about to be executed 3 times because he refused to bow to a Shinto god. And his uncle helped him to escape. My mother has to hide in cave at night because the soldiers would come and round up all the young women and treat them as sex slaves. So I heard horror stories about the Japanese military and 35 years of colonial rule. Of course, based on these stories, I hated Japanese. I developed a stereotype. So what did I do? I decided to go to Japan, teach at University of Tokyo. And I discovered something very, very exciting. Japanese are not all the same. Not like what I had in mind. Some people are wonderful. Like Indonesia, I did not know anything about Indonesia until I came. Then you discover new things. So what you need to do is challenging your software of the mind. Okay? Once your mind is set with stereotypes, belief system, because of culture and religion, you behave and judge people according to the mindset. But when you travel, meet people, you experience different things. In addition, I went back to Korea because my colleague said, you're doing research on Korean culture, but living in the United States. It doesn't make sense. And I decided I returned to Korea. And the real reason is kimchi, because I cannot eat American food all the time. I had to have Korean food. But I wanted to do research in Korea, so I returned to Korea. Then in 1989, Germany reunified. And as you know, North Korea, we have Kim Jong-un. And when I come to Indonesia, they ask me, are you related to Kim Jong-un? The answer is yes. Okay. About 2,000 years ago, we have the same family name, Kim. Okay. But North Korea is very different from South Korea. And Germany was divided, East and West Germany. So same culture, different ideology. When they reunify, what happens? So I went to Germany, taught at University of Constance, and met with many colleagues and talk about German unification so that I can understand North and South difference. Then my colleagues asked me to come to Denmark. Why? We're the Vikings, okay? We used to kill, terrorize everyone. Now we are the peacemakers. Okay? It's the best place to live, the most happy country in the world. So I went to Denmark, Norway, Sweden to teach and learn about the Scandinavian way of life, which is very different. Happiest people live in Finland, Sweden, and Denmark. And if you go there, weather is terrible. It's dark 6 months. It's cold. Food is not very good, but they're happy. And why is that the case? Then my colleague invited me to Poland after the fall of Soviet Union. And so I taught in Poland. Then I came to Thailand and Indonesia. And Thailand was interesting. One of you is wearing a Thai shirt. And Thai means free. Come to our country and you can do whatever you want. And if you go to Bangkok, you can do whatever you want. Everything is possible. Then Indonesia, for me, is most fascinating because you still maintain your culture and way of life. And the community is very strong. And we just analyzed and collected the data from 320 university students at UMBY and also Malang and UMPAD. What is interesting, spirituality is very important in Indonesia. Sense of community is very important. And did you know that it contributes to subjective well-being and happiness? But in the United States, they don't study this. Okay? And I was amazed that if you practice your religion, it increases your self-efficacy. And it increases your happiness and success. So religion is not something abstract, okay, mystical. It's a way of life, and it has positive impact, okay? And so we are now collecting data, not only in Yogyakarta, Malang, UMPAD, but also in Jakarta with Venus, and collecting data at Bali in Udayana. So we'll compare what are the similarities and differences, and what are the core values. And I believe it's a sense of community that is strong. So a lot of people watch Korean drama and Korean pop, but do you know Korea economically is ranked 10th in the world? Where do you think they're ranked in happiness? 57. Okay. So Koreans are unhappy. We have the highest divorce rate, highest suicide rate, social problems, and people don't get married. And we have 0.7 children per couple, less than one child. So there is a breakdown of relationship in Korea. We were just like Indonesia 70 years ago, having 6 children, community-based. Now, Korea has modernized. 80% of the people live in cities, apartment complex, and the problem is they are alone. 40% of young people live alone, eat alone, and die alone. So if you want to live alone, eat alone, die alone, watch K-drama and K-pop. Okay. Well, what you see on those movies is not real. So this is something you need to understand. Then I went to China to learn, because a lot of Korean culture and customs, Confucianism, Buddhism, came from China. Then I taught at Malaysia, University of Malaya. I served as an external examiner, and also Myanmar, because they said they never met a Korean professor. So I thought I would go there to teach. Then also I worked with universities in Vietnam. I gave lectures at the leading universities in the United States, then also Europe, and the Middle East, Brazil, and Australia, and different conferences I made presentation. As a cross-cultural psychologist, I wanted to travel and experience. So biologically, we're very similar. I even talked to orphans who were adopted in Norway. So they look Korean, but when I talk to them, they're not Korean, they're Norwegian. The software is completely Norwegian. So it's not the way you look that is important, but it's the way you think and feel that is important. So in addition, because I was a psychologist, I was frustrated. We do a lot of research about people, but we don't have any impact on society. So can you apply psychological theory and create change? Counseling, even clinical psychology, can you really treat and help people? And I did not feel that psychology was a powerful discipline to create change. So I went to business school, because companies change. They create value. They create change, like Google, Apple, now NVIDIA, OpenAI, ChatGPT, okay? So companies are creating change, creating changes in culture. So I consulted for BSF, chemical company in the world, then Stryker, medical equipment, then La Poste, delivery, then Pfizer, that makes pain, in addition to vaccines. Of course, I consulted for Samsung and LG. Then I connected BSF with Toyota to PTT, oil and gas company, with building Toyota homes. And I worked with Mr. Siputra. Probably he's the 4th richest person in Indonesia. He was very poor from Sulawesi Island. He is Chinese and he's a Christian, and he managed to succeed. So he wanted to promote entrepreneurship. So I worked with him until he passed away 2 years ago. So how can the person who was not very well educated, Chinese, his father was captured by the Japanese military and killed, orphan, become one of the most successful person in Indonesia? So this is possible. In addition, I consult for rice exchange, blockchain technology, similar to Bitcoin, Global Peter Drucker Foundation, and the Baron Laureate. They gave me an award, and I said, what is it? And now I'm an international advisor. And what do they have in common? All these companies. I just had a meeting with GoTo, Gojek, and Tokopedia because they want to promote innovation and Gotong and I gave them advice how to do that. You have to understand people. You cannot focus on technology. So it is the people that makes the product and sell the product. It is the people who are consumers and customers. You have to understand people. But businesses focus on money, making profit, and that's where all the problem comes. In addition, I work with doctors. Why? Because they only look at the physiology. So I had a meeting a couple of days ago with a doctor at UGM, cancer. For some reason, UGM have a lot of women with breast cancer. So I work with allergy specialists, asthma, stress, pain, and cancer. So doctors focus on the body, but the most important is the mind. Okay? Psychological aspect account up to 60% of the reason why you get sick and how you can become better. Even Harvard Medical School, it was not studied. It was not intelligence. It was not personality. It's not genes or even your brain, but relationship, okay? And empathy that is critical to how you function. So medicine can only help you around 30 to 40%. The rest is dependent on psychology and culture. But the problem is doctors do not know that. They cannot study psychology. So we have to work together. So this is what I did at University of Hawaii, working with doctors, state of Hawaii, creating a community-based healthcare system. Not the big hospital, but each community should have their clinics where you can go and receive help. So the most important thing is assumption. Assumption is a starting point of research. So indigenous psychology has a different assumption than general psychology that looks at universal principles in a laboratory, focusing on behavior, and you don't look at consciousness. You look at behavior based on stimulation. And Peter Drucker said, assumption is the most important aspect because it reflects your worldview, your mindset. And it determines what you focus on and what you consider facts and what you disregard as noise, such as culture. And assumptions are rarely analyzed. So this is a photo that you see in introductory psychology textbook. So what do you see? Do you see a white vase? Okay. Does everyone see a white vase here? Okay. Now, do you see two people facing one another? Okay. So what is correct? It can't be. One picture, one answer. If you have a test, you can say, oh, both answers are correct. Okay. Only one answer. Why do you see two things? It's because of your assumption. But the problem is you're not aware of your assumption. You just see it. Okay? So tell your brain, black is far away. Black is the background. What do you see? You see a vase. Okay? Now tell your brain, white is far away. What do you see? Man and a woman. Okay? So if we share the same assumption, we see the same thing. But if you have a different assumption, we see completely different things. This is the difference between man and woman. That's if you're dating or living with your husband or wife, you cannot communicate because you have different assumptions. Because woman relationship, romance, and sharing and emotional connectedness. Men want stimulation, challenge, competition. Men are more primitive than women. And so women and men are different. Women are much more emotional, and men are much more unstable. Because women have X chromosome, men have XY. And Y produces testosterone that makes you very aggressive, unstable. So, women and men have different assumptions. And that is why men need women to make them stable, healthy, and happy. Okay? But the problem is men dominate in most countries, governments, companies, women. So this is also the case with culture. We have different assumptions, whether we're individualistic or whether we're relational. And this changes how you see the world. What do you see in this picture? Do you see a young woman? She says hello. Or you see an old woman. This is her mouth. Okay, this is her mouth where she says hello, and this is the nose. Okay, this is the nose, and this is the eyes. Okay, so do you see an old woman, or do you see a young lady? So why do you see difference? Because of your interpretation. How do you interpret this part? If you tell yourself it is the nose, then you see an old woman. If you tell yourself this is a chin, you see a young lady. So reality differs based on our interpretation. How do we interpret what we see? Then there is an orange circle, one here on the left and one on the right. Which looks bigger to you? So there's one on your left and one in the right. Which looks bigger? So one on the right looks bigger. So I will get rid of the background. They're identical. If you don't believe me, you can come up and measure it. Okay? They're identical. They're the same. So you know the right answer. Don't forget the right answer. But which looks bigger to you? What you know, they're the same. And what you see, are different. So what are you going to do? Accept what you know? This is what engineers do in terms of creating a machine. Or what you see in terms of how people operate the machine and they break it. Okay? Because a lot of the machines are not made for people, it's made for engineers. And Apple became the largest company in the world because Steve Jobs wanted to make smartphone easy for people to use. All you have to do is click the icon. IBM, you have to type in all the commands. You have to memorize and type. I used to do that. Right? So, what is important is the context. This is surrounded by a larger circle, and this is surrounded by a smaller circle. Our perception is influenced by context. Of course, how do you behave in your family, with your mother, with your husband and or wife, with your children is very different from how you behave with your colleagues or with your friends. Context influences how you behave. But psychologists said that doesn't matter. The research in laboratory can be generalized in the real world. Research with university students can be generalized for children and adults. 95% of research is collected from universities, and then it's generalized. Freud studied one person, little Hans, and he created Oedipus conflict, and he generalized to everyone. Okay? Piaget studied his 3 children, developed developmental theory, and his theory is supposed to be universal. In Piaget theory, there's something very strange. Where are the parents? Children grew up, truly? Well, because the father was Piaget, he observed his children. He observed his children as objects, okay? Whereas Indonesian, you cannot imagine treating your children as objects of investigation. So do the experiments in laboratory with pigeons and rats explain your behavior? Are you a rat or a pigeon? So behaviorism believes that study with rats and pigeons can explain human behavior. Is it true? So Freud said you're driven by sexual instinct and aggression. Everything you do, think, is defined by your sex drive and thanata, aggression. There is no religion, there is no love, there is no empathy. It's all just pure sex and aggression. Does it make sense? Well, our data suggests that it doesn't, because you can control. You need to control not only your sex, alcohol, control your emotion, and be spiritually and empathetically connected. So context is very important, and this is the definition of indigenous psychology. You cannot study people outside of context. So this is the last. So you see 3 circles here and a bucket, trapezoid, okay? So do you see 3 circles? Okay. 1, 2, 3, and a trapezoid. What if I say it is a lady cleaning the floor? So this is her hip, and these are her 2 feet, and this is a water bucket. And you're smiling. So what is the difference between 3 circles versus a... Because now you're perceiving something meaningful. Perceiving meaningless in a laboratory, as Ebbinghaus memory theory, is fundamentally different from perceiving the meaningful. So James Gibson, the leading perception psychologist, said Ebbinghaus findings are meaningless because they study meaningless stimulus. You have to study things that are meaningful. We cannot perceive meaningless stimulus in a way. This is, what is it? A neck of a giraffe. So Gertrude Stein, a famous poet, said, rose is a rose is a rose is a rose. Beautiful, right? Rose is a rose is a rose is a rose. But is a rose a rose a rose? Okay. So I'm very unusual. I ask these questions. Is Gertrude Stein correct? So when we perceive a rose, what happens to the rose? Okay. So it gets inverted in our retina here. And our retina is a film, like a camera, 2-dimensional. So 3-dimensional rose becomes converted into 2-dimensional rose that is flipped. And does a picture of a rose go to our brain? No. It is converted into an electric signal, electric simulation, and then it goes to our occipital lobe here, and is reconstructed as a rose. So is there objectivity? No. They're constructed through our senses. So psychology says we're objective. That's not possible, because perception is not objective. We don't see objects as is, but we construct it through our senses. When we hear a sound, there is a stirrup here that moves. And this sound is converted to an occipital electric signal and goes to our auditory cortex in the middle of the brain. When you smell a rose, there's a special configuration that is attached to the olfactory sensation. And this configuration creates a stimulation, and we smell a rose. Okay? So the conclusion is this. Okay. Oh, different order. This is a definition of culture, okay? Because culture definitions are very complicated. So it's very simple. As you see, this first one, it says red, but the color is blue, right? So imagine you don't know English, okay? Just read the color. So this will be blue. So why don't we do it together? So blue, red, green, You're not doing very well. So I'll give you something easier. So this is Bahasa Malay. So this will be biru. The color biru. You're getting worse. Why are you having problems labeling colors? I have no problem because I don't know. Okay? So let me give you a more difficult one. Try this one. So blue. You don't have any problem. I have a lot of problem because I know Korean. So perceiving color is sensory. Okay? And we can perceive it automatically. But learning language takes many years. And once you learn a language, it's automatic. You don't have to even think. M-E-R-A-H. Okay? And you know what B-I-R-U, biru. I don't know what it is, but you know what it is. And you perceive it directly. It takes many years, but you process it automatically by the software called culture. Okay? So, in conclusion, we don't perceive reality directly. We perceive it through our senses. Okay? Biologically, we're 99.5% the same. The way we perceive color is identical unless you're colorblind. Okay? And it's universal. But we also perceive reality through symbols and language. The most important thing, all of the information here is outside my body. Okay? Biology information is coded in my gene, and depending on our adaptation, the beak of a bird can be longer or stronger, okay? And these are natural variations. So you see many different types of birds, and that information is coded in the gene and passed on to subsequent generation. This is outside of my body. It's in my computer and it's in my PowerPoint. We have access to information that is stored outside the body. Chimpanzees can't. Other animals can't use this information. So when I die, everything I know will disappear. But when I die, if I have a lot of publication and articles, you can read what I was thinking, and you can learn. So what is culture? Information that is stored outside the body that the children can use and learn. Okay? So this is what we call the software. Like this smartphone. There's hardware. Once it's broken, there's nothing you can do. So I get a new phone, and I connect to Google, and they download all the software. Every time I get a new phone, if you have a Google, you can download it. Okay? Different machine, same software. So it's like having second, third generation. Your hardware can change. And also, software can be updated. New apps, new connections. So culture is the software of the mind. Culture allows you to download information. You don't download 600,000 apps. You download only certain apps that you want to use. But why doesn't psychology study culture? This is why we need indigenous and cultural psychology. So, let me introduce you to your ancestor, because probably you know your father, grandparents, maybe great-great-grandparents, but do you know your ancestor 80,000 years ago? Let me just skip this part. We are Homo sapien, okay? There are 21 species in the Homo species. All of them became extinct except one. Homo floresiensis in the island was last to become extinct around 10,000 years ago. So what does it say about our Homo species? We're weak, and we're not supposed to be survive. Homo sapiens should have been extinct a long time ago. Why did Homo sapien not only survive, but become the most successful species that dominate all other species? And let me introduce you to your ancestor. This is your ancestor 80,000 years ago. Do you recognize him? Say hello to your great-great-grandfather. Then let me introduce you to your brother and sister. Your brother is born chimpanzee. Your sister is bonobo monkey. We share 98.8% of the genes with chimpanzees. 98. Only 1.2% difference between chimpanzees. Do you behave like monkeys? Some do, but of course we don't. Why? We have the same hardware, same brain. Why do we behave? Then let me introduce your cousin and your famous relative, orangutan. I heard orang means human-like, right? And they are human-like because we share a lot of the genes. And why did chimpanzees and orangutan not evolve over 1 million years, even though we came from the same family? Human beings evolved, transformed. Why not chimpanzees? Why? They do not have culture. They only have biology and genetic coding. Okay? Human beings evolve from chimpanzee, but we're fundamentally different. And the answer is creativity. We can manage our instinct. Chimpanzee live and die by instinct. And these are where chimpanzees used to live, in the jungles in Central Africa. And chimpanzees is dominated by alpha male, violent, aggressive, and tremendous amount of stress defined by social hierarchy. This is the culture of men. And this is the culture of companies. Okay? And monkeys is dominated by female, where people are happy, caring, and sharing. This is family, dominated by mothers. So why are fathers running the companies? What if we have women who are caring and sharing run the companies? Then people will be happy. So get rid of all the CEOs and presidents, even those two, who are men. It's a joke, okay? What if you had women running the country, like Finland, New Zealand, Germany, Taiwan? They did much better during the corona pandemic because they cared about people, rather than Donald Trump or Putin or Xi Jinping, who are destroying the environment in the world. And we grew up, not in the jungle, in the African savannas with tall grass. And Homo sapiens are different because of these 6 walking upright. So why did human beings, compared to chimpanzees, walk upright? Have you ever thought about it? Well, I think about it. And if you say you're strange, I accept. Because in the African savannas, if you go to Africa, it is very hot and humid. Okay? Let's say in the dry season in Jakarta. And the most important is heat. When you get heat, then it's sick. So what we want to do is reduce heat stress. Okay? And how do you reduce heat stress? If you are chimpanzee, covered by fur, and the heat will be devastating. So we don't have any fur in our body because the wind can cool our body. Okay? And the heat can be absorbed only in our head. Okay? So walking on 2 feet makes stress reduction in heat by 60%, because you can have the cool breeze and only in the head. Okay? So bipedalism is one of the morphological difference. Second is bipedalism, the problem is for women, giving birth is a problem. And this is one, precision grip. Chimpanzees, their thumbs are stuck sideways, so they have to do this. We're human beings, we can grip. Okay? Chimpanzee cannot use a smartphone because of the thumb. Now we can use a smartphone, right? That's the second difference. Third difference is we have smaller teeth and jaw. our teeth are smaller and our jaw muscle is small. And descent of the larynx, opiate bone by 2 centimeters, because we walk on 2 feet rather than this. Because when you walk on 2 feet, you don't get enough air. So our larynx descended 2 centimeters. And the reason why that is important, the descent of larynx allows to make 20,000 different sounds, which makes language possible. Chimpanzees can only make 15 screeching sounds, and they cannot have language. And through language, I can communicate and coordinate. And the third is hidden ovulation. When a woman or female is in heat, their behind gets red, telling male that they're ready to have sex. But the problem with human beings is that it's hidden. We don't know when woman is in heat or when woman wants to have sex. So that means woman-controlled sexual behavior. In the bonobo monkeys, so what did humans do? Control woman's sexuality, and their power is gone. That's what happened during agricultural society. You can only have sex with your husband, then with not everyone. And the other thing is if you look at chimpanzees that work in all four, the cervix, the hips of women are smaller. You walk on upright, okay? And it causes a problem. How do you give birth to a child when the cervix is small? Because the child has to go through the tube. So chimpanzees, when they're born, they cling to the mother, okay? Infants, they cannot even cling. For 18 months, they're totally helpless, okay? So if you have a baby, there's nothing they can do. Only thing they can do is suck, okay? They cannot cling. So babies are helpless for 2 years. And mother has to take care of the babies. And because you have to take care of the babies, then you learn to communicate with the baby. It's called baby talk in a high pitch, okay? And it stimulates what we call oxytocin. When you talk in a high speech and you smile, it makes the baby happy, so they smile. And when babies smile, it makes the mother happy. And they keep talking. And you develop a very strong attachment relationship. So one of the happiness hormone is oxytocin. When you look at the baby, make eye contact, hug, it secretes happiness hormone. That's why when you see a baby, you feel happy. When you hug a baby, you're happy and the baby is happy. So chimpanzees, they don't talk to their babies because they cling. Human beings, we have to carry them or leave them in the field. And we talk to them in a baby talk. And we sing to them. And it secretes oxytocin that makes us happy. So children, babies, develop communication skills very early on. Empathy very early on. And attachment relationship. And so this information I'll use at the end in terms of our data collection about happiness, about relationship. And we use rocks because rocks are useless. And we use rocks to hunt. And we combine properties of a rock with a spear. So we have a goal. We want to hunt a deer, but human beings cannot run as fast as a cheetah or a lion. So what we have developed is an idea. I want deer for dinner, but I need a tool, spear. And I threw the spear. So one thing unique about human hunting, cheetahs and lions run after the deer. Human beings throw the spear where the deer will run into. So the deer and the spear will arrive at the same time. So you're throwing the spear where the deer is not, where the deer will be in the future, okay? And only humans can have this idea of predicting the future. And through communications, we can hunt as a group. But the most important transformation came about 1 million years ago. Every animal afraid of fire. If there's a forest fire, every animal runs. Every species are afraid of fire except one. And it's called human beings. Why are we not afraid of fire? Because we know fire exists if there's wood. If there's no fire in the river or lake, then you're protected. And you know you can kill fire with water. If it rains, fire is destroyed. So it's a conceptual understanding that helps us to control the most powerful source in nature. Human beings are not strong, but human beings harness the power of fire, become the most powerful species in the world. And this is not Darwinian theory of evolution. It's because we were able to control our fear of fire. So if you want to be happy, healthy, live long, you have to control your instinct. You have to control your fear. You have to control your anxiety. Okay? It's natural to be fearful, anxious, and feel stress. It's only when you are able to control it, you can be happy. And we learn to create fire on demand by rubbing 2 sticks together or 2 stones together. And guess what we did? Oh. We learned to cook food over the fire. Nasi goreng, you wok and rice and vegetable, okay? And the vegetable, kali something, the green vegetable is very bitter lemon. Vegetables that we cannot eat, if we cook it over the fire, we can eat. So potatoes, you cannot eat raw. But if you fry it, it gives us tremendous amount of calorie. Raw meat takes 5 hours to digest. So chimpanzees also hunt, but it takes too much time to hunt and digest it. If you cook food over the fire, 1 hour, you can consume a lot of calorie. And so we control our instinct, our fear of fire, and we cook food over the fire. What happens? Our brain is 4 times larger. Because in order to have a large brain, you need to consume around 2,000 calories a day. Because each brain cell burns 5 to 16 times more calorie than your muscle cell. So if you want to go on a diet, lose weight, use your brain. If you use your brain, you feel very hungry. If you sit in a computer, after 2 hours, you're very hungry. And you say, why am I hungry? Because your brain uses tremendous amount of calories. If you sit and rest and don't think, it burns 20% of the calorie of your body. So in order to have a large brain, you need to consume a large calorie, and we could do so by cooking food over the fire. We have a brain, as you can see, that is 4 times larger. And look at which part of the brain expanded compared to chimpanzees, orangutan, macaque. It's the frontal lobe. Okay? Human beings have a high, large frontal lobe. And frontal lobe is where you make decisions, where you are rational, where you analyze. And it's also where empathy takes place. We have a large brain because we're able to control our instinct, and especially frontal lobe, so we can analyze and we can empathize. So American psychology just looked at the analytical, cognitive. What about empathy? That is the key to understanding Indonesian culture, caring and sharing. Okay? But it's missing in American psychology. Is there caring and sharing in Piaget? Is it in Freud? Is it in Skinner? It's missing. So you cannot explain Indonesian culture, people using American theories, because it's missing empathy and attachment. And so something happened in Indonesia 75,000 years ago that changed the world history. You know what it is? It's the Tova supervolcanic eruption. 75,000 years ago, Toba, I think it's near Sumatra, the volcano exploded and it covered the earth. And when the ashes covered the earth, the sunlight cannot enter. And that was the beginning of the Ice Age. And the earth became colder and colder, and most of North America, Europe was frozen. So now you know about genetic testing, that you can get a swab or a hair, and you can tell who the person is, who the baby's from, and who the parents are. So Stephen Wells is a geneticist from Stanford University. He worked with National Geographic. And what he did is, using a cotton swab, he tested people's gene to find out who the ancestors are, okay? And he traveled the world, and he used mutation in the mitochondrial DNA. And this is what happened. Around 80,000 years ago, in Central to South Africa, savannas, because of the Ice Age, they moved to North Africa, to the Middle East. Then some of these people went to Europe, others went to India, all the way to Indonesia, to Austria. Some of them went through Siberia by hunting reindeer, and Siberia and Alaska was connected by ice. They went through North America. So what is the conclusion? We evolved from single tribe in Kalahari, Africa. So congratulations, you're African. I'm African. Everybody's African. So concept of race, white, black, yellow, is based on the color of skin. And the color of the skin is exposure to sunlight. It doesn't change your genes or your brain functioning. It's a social concept created by the British, Dutch to justify slavery, okay? How can you capture people in Africa and treat them like dogs and animals because of race? So still in the United States, people use the concept of race. In Indonesia, how can you use the concept of race? Because everybody has the same skin color, basically. Is culture, ethnic differences. Okay? So Americans use race and intelligence tests to show white Americans are more intelligent. Thus, I have a right to control you. Now Asians have higher IQ than white Americans. You know why? Because they study harder, Koreans and Japanese. And you know why Koreans and Japanese study harder? Because they come from a less economic developed country. So this is our heritage, and say hello to your ancestor. We're all African. And there is something happened that 40,000 years ago that is the basis of culture. That's the basis of information technology. This is information technology. Where did it begin? 40,000 years ago. And it happened through this, pottery. Pottery is made of clay. It does not have any form. It's weak. And it doesn't have any function, right? But we created pottery, taking clay, shaping it, and burning it to have a pottery. So what is the most important part of a cup? Is it the clay or the empty space? I'll drink tea. It's the empty space that we're creating. It's called a container. What does it contain? Empty space. So we can fill it with tea, coffee, or food. So whenever we are creating pottery, we are creating a container that contains empty space. This room is useful because of empty space. If it's filled, then you cannot use the room. The door is useful because of the empty space. How can you create and contain empty space? It's a conceptual understanding. And making a cup involves an idea, clay, and skill. And you have to burn it with fire. You have to transform it. It's not an evolution. And what did we begin to do? Once we created a pottery, we began to design the pottery. And this is the basis of cultural variation. We come from a single tribe in Kalahari, Africa. We traveled to different parts of the world. There are different resources that are available, but we began to design it differently. And Steve Jobs said, design is not how it looks, but how it works. So Steve Jobs developed a smartphone, and through design, he made it easy to use, such as called touchscreen, icon. Okay? So all you have to do is use your finger. So what is your finger? It's a mouse in a laptop computer. We use our finger to navigate. So we used to live in a cave because we're weak. But it's dark, damp, and very uncomfortable. And with the fire, we can be protected. But what did we do around 10, 15,000 years ago? We began to draw pictures of horse on the wall. This is information. And this is information technology because in the cave, it lasts for 30,000, 50,000 years ago. This is information that exists in my head that I project in the cave so that the children and people can communicate. And this is the first information technology because everything I know will disappear once I die. But I leave it in the cave. And other people can observe it. And what is this? It's a lion man. The head is a lion, body is a man, which is impossible. But conceptual blending, we can combine a lion with a man, conceptually. And we use so that it lasts more than 30,000 years. And this is the most beautiful woman, Venus of Willendorf. Why? Because at that time, the main role of a mother is to have children. So you have to have big breasts and big hips. Okay? So this is a conception of beauty. K-pop, they're less than 50 kilograms. So back then, they would be considered like chopsticks. Okay? They cannot have any children. How many children can they have? So what is a painting? So you have a canvas and you have paint, a physical material. Then you have brush, and you create this. So from this physical, you create Mona Lisa, who's alive. She has a smile, and she looks at you, and she follows you wherever you go. And nature is in the background. And thus, we learn not only control our instinct, but domesticate animals. We used to hunt them to eat, but now we raise them. Reindeer is the first to be domesticated. So we raise animals to store and produce food. If you kill a pig, you have to eat it within 1 week. Because 10,000 years ago, you don't have a refrigerator. And it will get rotten within a week. If you raise them, you can have for many years. And dogs who used to eat us for dinner, we domesticate them. That they would protect us, they would work for us. Goats for meat and fur, and pigs, which Muslims you can't eat, but you produce a lot of meat, and you produce and store it. And in Indonesia, all I've been eating is ayam, Nazi ayam, because you're not supposed to eat pork, and beef quality is terrible. So every day I'm having Nazi and ayam, and my stomach is getting bigger. Anyways, so you produce the first fast food, egg. It's a food that comes with a container. Isn't it wonderful? And so you can carry around boiled eggs. And so our natural instinct kill and eat, but we domesticate it as a way of producing and storing food. In India, you can eat pork, but you cannot eat cows. So why do Hindus do not eat cows? Because in India, right now it's a rainy season, monsoon season, and they have rain for 6 months. But from December, it's a dry season. For about 4 months, it doesn't rain at all. And when you give birth to a child in January, the problem is there's not enough water, and mother cannot drink. And if mother cannot drink a lot of water, the breast milk will not come out. And long time ago, many children would die because the breast milk would not come out. So what did they do? They get cow's milk. So for Indian, your first mother is cow. If you kill this cow, children in the village will die. So it's a taboo. Don't kill a cow for the community to feed the babies. And this tradition continued. And that's why they consider cows sacred. We learn to convert. Some of the rocks begin to melt. And you combine bronze, you create bronze by copper and tin. So you combine melted rocks to create tin. And this is the beginning of warfare. Became much more efficient, and we then cultivated seeds. We used to get seeds to eat. Now we can farm wheat, mass production. And this is where the Western civilization came in. With 1/10 of the land, you can feed the whole community. And this is the power of agriculture. And wheat was cultivated. And people can live in the communities. Rice comes from Africa. And you can plant rice. And when I was taking a train to Bandung, there's terrace paddy. So, and in Bali. So you can plant rice that way. So in conclusion, before we take a break, what is the difference between animal and human beings? It's the software of the mind. It's a software that controls the way. And Bandura calls this human agency. In order to explain human behavior, humans are agents of our action. We take the genes that I'm born with, the environment, especially the parents, the resources that are available to achieve what I want, to be successful, to be an athlete, to be a musician, or to be happy. So we examine the type of support that you receive from your parents is emotional support, informational support, and practical support. For Indonesians, the most important is practical support. So they give you allowance, they pay for tuition. Okay? For Koreans, because money is not a significant problem, emotional support is more important. Okay? For Americans, informational support is more important. So with the support that you get, children learn to set their goals and achieve their goals. And by caring and sharing, you learn to be happy and to be creative. So what is the defining characteristic to be a human being? Is to be creative. And what does it mean to be creative? Is to connect the dots. It's to take information that exists outside my body and connect it in my brain. Connecting the brain cells, okay? And this can be connected through communication. So we need to work together, and we need to learn from one another to be creative, to be successful, and most importantly, to be happy. Okay? But American psychology said, no. You have to be separated. You have to be individuals. You have to compete. You have to fight, and only one person can win. Does it make sense? Well, go to the United States. Everybody's fighting all the time. Okay? It's very destructive. Everybody's greedy, trying to make money. And do you want to live in a place like that? Well, something that is closest is Jakarta. So of all the places, I don't like Jakarta. Okay? Pollution, traffic, aggressive people, competition. Is this Indonesia that you want to create? Or you want to maintain the community that you have? So you can modernize. Young people use your smartphone, but you live in your homes and communities. Why? Because your mind can connect to the outside world, to technology. But can you use Zoom and online connection to be happy? The answer is very difficult. Because you have to meet people, have eye contact, hold hands, and feel empathy to produce what we call happiness hormone. You need physical contact, okay? So if you just leave the baby and talk to the baby, do you think the baby will stop crying? You need to hold the baby, and you need to talk to the baby, okay? All mothers know that, right? So we need physical contact. We need eye contact. We need emotional sharing. And we cannot do this online. But online, we can get a lot of information. And a lot of people, because they cannot communicate on emotion, they send a lot of emojis, happy face, fingers, and all that. But it's not the same. So we can take a break. Then I will briefly describe about genes, genetics, and human brain, how the brain works. Because what I learned in physiological psychology is old and outdated. Brain works very differently. Then in the afternoon, I will talk about empirical studies that we have done to study the software of the mind, introducing boundary theory as a way to understand and collect data. Yesterday, we were analyzing data through multiple regression, and we were looking at subjective well-being. We were able to explain 70% of the variance with the variables on self-efficacy, social support, and positivity. Do you know any studies, American study, that can explain 70% of the variance? Usually they cannot explain more than 10%, but we can explain 70% in Indonesia. So who is backward, Indonesia or United States? United States. Their theory can only explain 10%. We can explain 70%. Why? Because they have the wrong theory, wrong measurement, wrong assumption. What makes Americans happy? Relationship also. But they study individualism. Okay, so I wrote a book on individualism and collectivism to say this concept is wrong. We have to move beyond this categorization of race, personality, individualism and collectivism, because they don't explain anything. They just organize and categorize people. So we have to understand what predicts happiness, well-being, and success. So we'll take a 15-minute break and we'll come back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have break about 15 minutes and we'll come back to the other material. Thank you very much.
instincts, what we call traits and drives. But are human beings driven by instincts and drive? Do you behave like an animal? Do you have sex with anyone that you see? Do you eat and go to washroom anywhere? And so we have to look at the assumption of evolutionary biology. It's correct for all the species except one, human beings. It cannot explain human beings. For human, evolutionary theory is wrong. Okay? Not for the other animals. Okay? Like Newton was able to develop the theory of gravitational attraction. And he developed the theory of motion, 3 laws of motion. But there is one thing that he was wrong. Theory of light. Okay? Newton believed it's a photon that comes from the sun, a particle that hits our eyes, and that's how we see. That's incorrect. Sun is not a particle. It's an electromagnetic energy. It's a wave. Okay? Like Wi-Fi is a wave. You don't have a particle of data going to your phone. It's a wave. Okay? So Newtonian physics works at the mechanical level, but at the electrical, nuclear level, it doesn't work. So you can say Newtonian physics is wrong at the level of nuclear physics. And this is when Einstein came out with E equals mc squared. Energy and mass are convertible. Okay? And you can measure uranium amount of energy it produces, and you can measure the mass of the uranium, and it's equal. Okay? So energy is different from particle. And Einstein said, God shall not play dice with the world. There was a debate between quantum physicists and Einstein in terms of, can we understand the world mechanically? Okay? And Einstein said, yes. God did not create a world that we cannot understand. Is he correct? No. So in Lucerne, Switzerland, he created the super collider, where have the atomic particle collide with one another, and discover subatomic particles we cannot see, but we can only measure. And it's called boson-Higgs particle. This is subatomic particle that exists, but we cannot see. And Heisenberg principle of uncertainty, if you measure a particle in terms of location, you cannot measure the spin. If you measure the spin, it has gone somewhere else. So we cannot observe with certainty where the particle will be. We can only predict probability. So this particle has a 80% of the probability of being in this wave function. And you can be correct, almost exact. So this is where Einstein is wrong. There are particles we cannot observe, and we can only know probabilities. Okay? We cannot know certainties. So when we say a theory is wrong, we talk about the assumption about particles that can travel faster than the speed of light. Einstein said it cannot exist because if it exists, we cannot perceive it. And I believe in God, and God will not create a world that we cannot perceive. But Stephen Hawking said, well, God did create a world, things that we cannot see. Okay? So evolutionary theory suggests genetic evolution. But genetic evolution is very slow. Okay? Our genes, through mutations, evolve very small amount. So there is one thing that Darwin cannot explain. Contraception. The theory assumes that we will have as many babies and offspring as possible so that our species will continue. And within the babies and offspring, there are variations. And those variation that is adapted to the environment will survive. And that variation is coded in our gene. So the goal is for the species to flourish. But what are we doing in Korea and Japan? Using condoms and birth control pills not to have babies. So this is overriding our instincts. So how can Darwin explain that? And Richard Dawkins said, well, we can't. So evolutionary theory is wrong when it involves human being. Why? Because we use information that is stored outside the body. And information, there's a explosion of information through internet. And young people use it to shape their future career, their hobbies, to shop, for places to visit. So young people, they look the same as their parents, but their mind, their connectivity through the smartphone is completely different. They live in a different cyberspace, even though they live with their parents. And this is a research that we have done with millennial and Gen Zs. Traditionally, I looked at the influence of social support from parents, friends, teachers, okay? And they increase your happiness and they increase your efficacy, self-efficacy. So my student said, now online community is important. I said, I don't think so. And she explained how young people, especially during the corona pandemic, created communities, shared information about careers, job opportunities, how to study for an exam. And she said, this is very important. Okay, I think I'm right and you're wrong, but we'll collect data. And we collected data, and guess what? What happened? She's right. Data told me online communities are very important. So we collected data in Indonesia. Same. Online support is important. And I searched online for articles about online social support. There isn't any. Why? Because all professors like me do research. And what we don't know, what we don't see, we don't study. So in Korea, in Indonesia, in Malang, UMBY, and Jogja, young people spend more time online. So what is this? It's a smartphone, right? No, it's my second brain. If I don't have my smartphone, I don't remember the phone number. And I'm lost. So I always check my wallet and my smartphone. Okay. And what is my laptop? It's my third brain. I keep all my information. If I lose my laptop and my smartphone, I'm stupid. There's nothing I can do. I don't know where to go. I cannot order food by Grab. I cannot make hotel reservation. Okay. I'm completely lost because I cannot ride a motorcycle in Jogja. So my IQ will drop by 60 if I lose this. Okay. So my smartphone makes me stupid because I have to use this. But if I have my smartphone, I can access all the information. And young people, when I talk to students, they can get all the information they search and they find. So evolutionary theory cannot explain information that is stored outside our body that is exploding, and you can get information in China, United States, anywhere around the world, and it can translate, okay? Last time I was in Jogja, I had a hard time getting a car, and I get a taxi, and I said Sheraton, and the driver did not know what Sheraton is. It's a different pronunciation, Sheraton or something different, okay? And he would take me all different roads, and I was very confused. With the Grab, you know, there's an English translation. You know the fee, and you know the route, and you know exactly when you arrive. So when I go to an Indonesian restaurant, it's all in Bahasa. How do I order something I don't know? So I just, give me this, give me that, and give me that. And I get very strange food, okay? In Grab, you see a picture, okay? And you can order exactly. So that is the difference, living in the physical world where I don't know the language, I don't know the food, and I cannot go anywhere. But with a smartphone, with a Grab app, I can be as good as Indonesian. So have I evolved? No, I have a smartphone, right? So how can evolutionary biology explain this? So evolutionary biology has a misconception of genetics. People think we are born with fixed genes, and our genes will determine our intelligence, how long we live, how happy we'll be. This is incorrect. Physiological psychologists believe our brain is fixed, and different parts of the brain is responsible for a different function. This is incorrect. Okay? So now, more advanced understanding has to take this into account. So psychology, the scientific model, is based on Newtonian physics. Force equals mass times acceleration. If I give a stimulus, force, then the mass will accelerate. Similar, okay? But human behavior is not one-to-one. It's at the quantum level. It's probabilistic. That there are many things that influence our behavior, our cognitions, our emotion, especially our parents, friends, information. So you cannot predict a behavior of a person. You can only predict probability. And what is statistics? Probability. You cannot say significant or non-significant, because 0.5 is just a probability, and it's not that different between 0.6, okay? So statistics is a probability, and human behavior is based on probability. Even parents cannot predict how your children will behave from day to day, because they grow and develop. So this is number of genes we have. And they were shocked that we only have 25,000 genes. Even peas that we eat, it has more genes, okay? So you can do a genetic analysis in one day and figure out your genes. We don't have that many genes. And having more genes doesn't mean it is better, okay? So we have 25,000 genes, and we can analyze it to figure out who your mother is, father is, brothers and sisters are, with a degree of 99.99 accuracy. So we used to use fingerprint, but genetic analysis is more efficient. There is a phenomena that is new called epigenetics. We are born with the genes, okay? And genetically, human beings and chimpanzees are 99.8% the same, 1.2% difference. But we are born with the genes, but our experience has to turn on the gene, like a smartphone. First, you have to turn it on. What is your use of having a smartphone if you don't turn it on, right? Then you're not smart. Secondly, you have to turn on the volume, the light, okay? Or the volume. It's based on your experience, you can turn on the genes and you can increase the volume so it's more effective. So this is called epigenetics, that you have to turn it on. So positive support from your parents can turn on that particular gene. So there is a language center, and we have to turn it on. So you have to talk to the baby all the time, and the baby doesn't talk, but it stimulates the brain. And the brain parts that is responsible gets connected through hearing. But when they try to talk, it doesn't talk like what you say. And the first word that children talk is mama, because that's what children around the world. And then mama, papa, and they begin to elaborate. It gets connected. And they learn more and more. One word, phrase, sentence, okay? And that part of the brain is turned on and connected. Chimpanzee, that part of the brain is not connected, is not turned on. Why? Because they don't communicate through language as we do. They can only make 15 sounds, okay? So there's a misconception you're born leader, you're born athlete, you're born musician. That is incorrect. You're born with the genes, but you have to turn it on. If you're an athlete and a musician, you have to practice many, many hours. K-pop, they have to practice 14 hours a day, minimum 7 years, to sing, dance, dress, wear cosmetic, learning English, Japanese, and communicate. So it is not good enough that you have the genes, you have to turn it on. Then you have to increase the volume and connect, and this is important. And for children, early experience is very important because this is when the genes can be turned on. So if you live in a positive environment with love, caring, and sharing, the genes are turned on. If you experience a lot of stress, anger, and depression, the cells are not turned on. Okay? And this is how it works in terms of epigenetics. And so young brains are particularly susceptible to experiences. And that's why children in Indonesia are happy. Because I'm staying in a Marriott hotel, and it's a nightmare for me because I have to work. Because children are screaming and running in the halls, in the restaurants, and they're really, I call them little terrorists. But when I look at the children, they're happy. Okay? It's not like Germany where children are told, sit, eat, don't talk. And children are miserable. Okay? So, sharing and caring is wonderful for early children, for emotional attachment, empathy, and child development. But later on, they have to develop different skills. So, when you're 10 years old, and you grow up to be 40 years old, and you become 70 years old, you have the same genes. Your genes is not any different. What is different is what you have turned on. So stress, mental health, diet, ethnicity, amount of sleep, and physical health will influence which genes get turned on. Even altitude, like Bandung, high altitude, would influence which genes that are turned on. And Bandung, my colleague told me, oh, come to Bandung. We have beautiful women there. Oh, really? Bandung women, Sundanese are beautiful. I went there, and my conclusion, no, Bandung women are not beautiful. It's the men who are beautiful. That's why you have beautiful children. Why do you think women are beautiful? Well, because in Bandung, it's high altitude, you have more vegetable. You have more vitamin. So their skin is fairer than Jogja. When I eat, the vegetable that they give me is very little. So when I go to Bumbu Desar, they give me a lot of vegetable. So when I come to Jogja, please, I will not want to go to Bumbu Desar because I'm tired of eating nasi and ayam all the time. Okay? There are a lot of vegetables. And since you eat a lot more vegetables, and even oranges taste better in Bandung than Jogja. Okay? The only thing that tastes good is salak in Jogja is very good. Okay? So, different environment produces different diet. And these epigeneticists, exercise is important. And the most important is number of hours you sleep. You need to sleep 8 hours a day because our brain has 100 billion cells that are compressed. And when we are awake, the brain cells are large. When we sleep, the brain cells become smaller. And in between the neurotransmitters, all the toxins and garbage is filtered through our spinal cord. But when you don't sleep, then the cleaning process does not take place. So sleep is an important factor. Your diet is an important factor. And your mental health, your stress is an important factor. So how does our brain work? I work with a colleague in University of Göttingen. Human beings can unfold their potential in a supportive community where individuals can engage with others to inspire them. For our brain cells to connect, we have to engage and interact with other people. And so this is the traditional belief about the brain. This is what I learned in psychophysiology. which part of the brain is responsible. And you insert an electrode, and this part moves, or I talk. But inserting an electrode and stimulating the brain is very different from me stimulating the brain. And this is the difference in terms of passive versus active agency. Psychology only studies passive human beings. But Bandura said, we're the active agents of our behavior. And we are born with 100 billion up to neurons, brain cells, with 100 trillion connections. So when we are born, we have all these neurons, but they're not connected. And through our experiences, these neurons are connected. So this is hearing a word, so seeing a word in the occipital lobe, speaking a word, and thinking is in the prefrontal cortex. Okay? So when we think, when we hear, when we speak, different part of the brain is stimulated. And this is the brain of a depressed person versus not depressed. Okay? Depressed means not only emotion, cognition, behavior, your brain is shut down. Okay? You're not using your brain. And so, traditional view is each cell is separate. But now, brains are connected, presynaptic and postsynaptic connections. And this is connected through experience. Your experiences will help you to connect the 100 brain cells. Step one, there are cells that are unconnected. And if you speak, ride a motorcycle, or drive a car, it gets connected, okay? So when you drive a motorcycle, your eyes, your hearing, your hands, and your feet, everything has to be connected. And the more you drive, the better you become. Not only that, you have to predict the behavior of other cyclists or other cars, okay? You cannot just for yourself. You have to predict. And the more you drive, the better you come. So after 10 years, you can drive a motorcycle without thinking, okay? Because these neural circuits are connected and they are very efficient, okay? Similarly to writing an article. The more you write, easier it is to write. And there is this belief in psychology of objectivity, but it's the wrong assumption. Why? Because whenever there is information in our senses, sight, hear, it is connected to feelings and emotion in the limbic system. And so emotion and information are connected simultaneously. So notion that we can be objective is nonsense. We treat people as an object is nonsense, okay? Because we cannot perceive things that are meaningless. We attach meaning, and it occurs in our limbic system. Human behavior, according to Darwin, according to Freud, according to Skinner, said we're driven by instinct called drives or trait, but this is not the case. It is mediated by our cognition, and it's mediated by emotions. And our behavior leads to outcomes, which influences our cognition and emotion, and it does not influence instinct. We control our instinct through our cognitions and emotions, and they're connected. And so the oldest part of the brain is the limbic system, okay? And the limbic system, and this is a prefrontal lobe, and it's connected. And so Dan Siegel, he's a psychiatrist. He studied the limbic system. And what does the limbic system do? It appraises the significance. It provides us to motivation. And it is a basis of memory, what is meaningful and what is valuable. And it elicits emotional reactions and attachment relationship. And the limbic system in the middle is connected to prefrontal lobe. That is where we make decisions. So middle prefrontal cortex regulates our body, but it makes us feel connected or not. It balances your emotion. It distinguishes fear, controls our fear, and it gives us the ability to pause rather than react immediately. And it gives you insight about yourself, about your body, about the past and the future. And it is basis where our empathy is, okay? And it is where our morality is, what is right and wrong. And about intuition, about what you may think will work. And so this is how our brain works. So the problem with chimpanzee is they cannot communicate because they can only make 15 sounds. So what researchers did, have lexigrams, symbols. I want banana, I want water, and they can communicate. But there's a difference. Kanzi could not teach her children and her brothers and sisters how to use lexigram. And when he dies, everything he learned will disappear. So monkeys cannot store information outside the body and cannot use information outside the body. Human beings can teach them, but only to one chimpanzee. They don't have a culture that will allow them to share and continue. So evolution works for chimpanzee because the only information that is encoded is genes and biology. When that chimpanzee Kanzi die, everything he has learned will disappear. But human beings, we can record information outside our body, and our children can learn from it. So biology cannot explain information that is stored outside our body, right? But we use information, and this is called education. You don't see chimpanzees educating through books and through computers. So this is what culture is. So stress brain loop is, the basic difference is stress is something that you cannot control. Let's say I cannot find my keys or my wallet, and I'm looking all over my house. And it creates stress because it creates uncertainty. So when there is something that you understand, you cannot predict, your brain goes crazy, okay? Trying to figure out where it is. Then I got a call from my colleague. I think your wallet is in the office. And I have coherence, okay? Then the energy use is reduced. So this is what Lazarus and Folkman talked about, coping. If I am able to cope, like driving in Korea, it's very comfortable for me. Okay? I drive a long time. And I tried to drive in Jogja, and I went crazy. Why? Because all the motorcycles, they're buzzing around me, and I cannot see them. They're all around me. I just hear this buzzing sound, boom, boom, all over. So what do I have to do in Jogja? I have to dance with the motorcycles. What do I mean, dance with the motorcycles? If I want to turn left, I have to give a signal and slowly turn left, so the motorcycles will go around me. Okay? If I turn right, I signal and turn right. If I turn right too suddenly, the motorcycles will hit me. Okay? So you need to communicate with the motorcycles of your intention where you will go. So I drove once, and I had gotten into a car accident. A car hit me from behind. And I don't drive in Jogja. Okay? So I drive in Korea, I drive in Germany, Japan. But driving is very stressful in Jogja for me. But if you drive in Korea, it'll be very stressful for you because you cannot see the road sign, you don't know the direction, and you don't know how Koreans will drive. Okay? So coherence means that your brain can predict and manage. So your brain does not use a lot of energy. Incoherence means that your brain does not know what to do. And so it creates a lot of cortisol, epinephrine, adrenaline, and you're kind of panicking, okay? And this is what stress is. Joy, children have to learn. Okay? They like to try new things. They like to call play. Playing is not playing. Playing is learning. They're curious, and they want to walk, play with a toy, and they feel happy. And if they're able to talk, walk, and communicate, they develop confidence. And that confidence creates positive expectation. Positivity means that you have positive experiences in your life. You have succeeded. And your parents said, oh, wonderful, very good. And as a result, you're always willing to take challenges. And whenever you succeed, what happens in your brain? Dopamine is released because you're able to overcome, meet the challenges. Okay? So dopamine makes you feel happy. Whenever you eat sambal, my favorite spice is sambal. It's spicy. Okay? When I'm sleepy and out of energy, I eat sambal. And it wakes me up. It makes me feel good. Spice, hot food, is pain. It's not a taste. Okay? When you eat sambal, you feel pain in your body. And your body is saying, what are you doing causing pain? So it secretes endorphin to overcome the pain. And endorphin reduces the pain and makes you feel good. So when you exercise, your muscle cells are breaking down. And it creates pain. And it sends endorphin to repair the muscle cells so it becomes stronger. So people like to exercise because they have endorphin that is released and they feel good. People like to eat hot food because it creates pain and it secretes endorphin. So when you experience something like a game and you are successful, then you feel good because of dopamine. But it can be very dangerous. If you play internet games or gambling and you're winning money and you want to win more money, then you can be addicted to dopamine release. Okay? Fortunately, there are others. So Professor Huther said you have potential, you have brain cells, but it can connect in a positive way if you have a supportive environment. Most important are your parents. But where are parents in psychological theories? In Piaget, in Kohlberg. There is no parents. Kohlberg focused on just cognition. That is wrong. Morality is an emotion. It's a belief system. It's not a cognition. Kohlberg based his theory on a Piaget. In Piaget, there is no emotion. In Piaget, there are no parents. So how can you explain Indonesian child development without the role of parents? They are the most important people in development of a child. So we're born with a body with 100 billion cells, and through our experience, we develop a mindset, what works. But the most important person are your parents. It is through your parents, it is through your parents that you learn. And the third thing is mindfulness. They think meditating is useless. Why did God tell you to have Ramadan? To make you suffer? 1 month of fasting? Is it cruelty? We have discovered mindfulness or meditation restores curiosity. It improves quality of sleep, supports working memory, boosts immunity, helps to manage chronic pain, increase empathy, decrease emotional reactivity, improves cognition, help you to lower your blood pressure, and cognitive flexibility, reduce stress. The purpose of meditation and Ramadan and prayer is we become too greedy and absorbed in the world. So pause 5 times a day and find out what is important in life, okay? Because reality is that we compete, we fight, we have a lot of conflict, and we have a lot of stress. So in the Quran, take a break, pause, find out what is important. Ramadan, similar to meditation, control your instinct, control your drive. So it's either Darwin is correct or God is correct. So if you believe in Darwin, then Prophet Muhammad and God is incorrect. Because we're driven by instinct, right? We're not driven by instinct. Even religion, covering positive meditation, control your instinct, makes us human. Driven by our instincts makes us animal. Driven by fear, greed, and conflict. So, these are the 4 happiness hormones. Dopamine for succeeding, when you complete a task. Serotonin is a long term, in terms of meditation, running, being in nature. Oxytocin is being with one you love, holding hands, and hugging. And endorphin is a painkiller. So these are hormones that we're now discovering that is released that makes you happy. So these research indicate most of American theories are wrong. We're not driven by instincts, and we can produce happiness hormones by engaging in challenging activities, by meditating, being with people we love, and overcoming a lot of the barriers, such as exercise. So let me see what time it is, since I don't want to go over. Okay. So what do I mean by indigenous? We have to understand people, because I was very frustrated when I was at the University of Toronto. Why am I studying rats and pigeons? Does helping rats and pigeons help me understand human behavior? Psychologists said yes. The answer is no, because species are different, and human beings do not behave like animals. Learned about Piaget. Where are the parents? Where are the emotions? Even theories, let me go back to theories. We have 8 minutes. So this is Freudian theory. It's in all psychology textbook, and is taught. And he says that essentially we have the unconscious, and we're driven by sex, libido, and aggression. What is his sample size? How many people did he interview? He interviewed sick woman in Vienna, then generalize it to everyone. So if you study mental illness, can mental illness explain health? He developed Oedipus conflict based on little Hans, 1, that he had a fear of castration. And women have a fear of inferiority complex because they don't have a penis. Does this make sense? What is the sample size? Can you measure unconscious? If you cannot measure it, then it cannot be part of science. You cannot verify it. So my recommendation is delete this from psychology, because this is absurd. It's a culture of Vienna where women were oppressed, where they could not express their sexuality. So of course you express it during your dreams. Okay? But does it drive? So we're driven by instinct. Morality is an internalization of fear of your parents. So in Freudian theory, your parents are a symbol of threat and fear. And I come to Indonesia, children don't care about parents. They're running around, and parents are trying to take care of the children. Children do not see their parents or fear, right? Then you have Piaget's development theory. Look at this. From sensory motor to concrete formal operation, all cognitive development. Question is, where are the parents? Where are the emotions? Of course, cognitive development is okay, but what he did not examine is critical, and is the basis of limitation. And Maslow's hierarchy of needs is based on needs. What do you do in Ramadan? You satisfy your need? You eat, be with your family? Of course not. You control your needs. So you want to be spiritually connected by controlling your needs, not satisfying your needs. So the assumption of Maslow, hierarchy of need, I believe is wrong. Erickson's stages: first, trust, initiative, competence. Is this true? It's not trust that children develop. It's attachment and empathy, not trust. Okay? Trust is a more cognitive and more sophisticated concept. So is Erickson correct based on his observation? Did he ever come to Indonesia or other countries? So I would question his theory. So let me end with this. A female kills a male. Okay. Let's say you have a female killing a male. So a lion kills a deer to feed. Can you say it's an instinct? Yes. A lion killing a deer to eat. It's instinct. A woman kills a man. Is it an instinct for a woman to kill a man? You're laughing. Okay. A woman killed a man to eat him. Maybe in Papua, but it's unthinkable that you would actually kill a person to eat. It's called cannibalism. Okay? And you're squishing your face because you cannot eat a human being. I heard from Papua they're delicious, so you should try. A woman kills father to inherit his wealth. Not his, kills. It's called premeditated murder. A woman kills her husband in bed with another woman. It's called crime of passion. A woman kills a person while driving drunk. A woman kills a man trying to rape her. Self-defense. A 5-year-old girl kills a friend using his father's gun. So in all instances, a woman kills a man. Premeditated murder, life sentence. If you're defending yourself, you're not guilty. If you drunk drive, it's manslaughter. In the court of law, it depends on your intention and your responsibility. Okay? So according to psychological theory, court of law is useless because we're driven by instinct. Laws and ethics are useless because essentially we're driven by instinct. Does it make sense? So can society exist purely on cognition and no morality or empathy, as Piaget suggests? And as Erickson suggests, we have to satisfy our needs to be spiritually connected. So what this is saying is the assumption is, and Darwinian and evolutionary theory cannot explain contraception. As we're trying to have less children while enjoying sex. How do you explain one-child policy by the governments in Korea and China? How do you explain protecting wild animals like orangutan and panda bears? Changing the evolutionary theory. So these are some of the issues that we have to think about. So we learn psychology as though it is universal and as though it's scientific. But you need to question the assumption. What are the assumptions based on? Are the assumptions scientific and have they been validated? And my conclusion is no. And as a result, the data you collect has a lot of problems. So indigenous psychology means let's look at our context, let's look at our culture. What is important to people? Okay? And how do people behave? What predicts happiness, stress, leadership, or academic achievement? And discover the variables that would explain it. And this is the basis of science. Don't simply imitate and copy American psychology because you're not using your brain. Talk to people. listen and understand and discover and become a true scientist. And after we have lunch, I will give you results and give you a study to show this is possible. And we do good research, and we can publish. And the Indonesian government said, you have to be Sinta 1. It's not that difficult, okay? But it involves a different model, different way of thinking. And it involves, in science, cooperation, collaboration. So in the United States, the only community that cooperates and helps one another is a scientific community in pursuit of truth. So what is interesting in Indonesia, Indonesians are very cooperative within the family. But when I come to university, they're just like Americans. They're very individualistic. They don't help one another. And they don't develop a platform for publication and journal. No wonder academia in Indonesia cannot advance. How many journals do you have in Indonesia? APA, they have more than 60 journals. Why don't you have at least 10 or 12 published in English? Okay? So this is what I'm trying to create. Create a platform, online, open access. So it could be Scopus listed, SICI listed. Reporting and publishing articles that are relevant to Indonesia. And if you have 10 to 12 journals, you can publish 120 articles a year. Then you will promote lecturers to professors. Students can get scholarship. But if you try to publish in American journal, it's almost impossible. You know why? Let's say you're in love and you want to write a love letter. And the problem is you don't know who to write to. When you write an article, do you know who's going to read this? Americans or Europeans, Koreans? Then how do you write an article? It becomes very difficult. So you write an article, and it's actually published in Psikologi Humanoria. That's the Scopus listed journal in Indonesia. It's all written by faculty of psychology of that university. And you publish it, and you're happy because you have a Scopus listed journal. What if your article is never read or cited? You write a love letter, you send it to someone you love, and he doesn't read it. Does your article exist if no one reads it and cites it? It doesn't. It's a waste of time and energy because it does not contribute to the scientific community. So the most important goal is not publishing in a Scopus journal, is having other people read it and cite it. And so you have to understand that if you find result that supports American theory, would American psychologists cite your article saying an Indonesian colleague from Yogyakarta found similar result? No. They would cite other more prominent psychologists. However, if you write an article saying that American theory is wrong, and will they cite it? You'll make them very angry. And they'll cite you to show why you're wrong. Okay? And you have better result than American theorists. You'll get a lot of citations. Why do you think I have high impact value? I tell American Germans they're wrong. I challenge them. And they have to cite my article to show why I'm wrong. Okay? And that's how you get citation. So it's a different strategy. And so if we do it individually, it's very difficult. So I suggest create a community, develop a lifespan development milestone. In terms of child development, what are the milestones do they have to go through? Don't use the American model. In terms of happiness, in terms of achievement, what are the milestones? And create a collaboration and publish 12 journals. So from Monday, Quartellini is organizing a workshop to bring people together. Can we do research together in order to develop this milestone? So this is why I'm here. You don't want to be like Korea, because do you know any Korean psychologist? Do you know Korean K-pop band? idol groups? Do you know Korean drama? Yeah, you say yeah. Do you know any Korean psychologists beyond me? Do you know any Japanese psychologists? Why? Because they're copying American psychology. There are thousands of them, and they simply copy. So, if you want to be forgotten, copy American psychology. If you want to be cited and recognized, tell them American theories are wrong, because Indonesian people are different. Tell Americans that you're doing better, your results are more scientific. And we can say in our latest analysis that happiness, you can explain 60% of the variance. Americans only can explain 10%. So your result is more reliable, higher validity, more predictive validity than American theory. Do you think they'll read it and become interested? They'll read it, but they won't believe you. But they have to cite it to point out everything that is wrong with it. And you'll have many, many people citing your article. But there'll be other people from different parts of Asia who will cite it saying, you're right, it's a good result. And you create this controversy, then how many citations will you get? Okay? So the most important thing is not American or Indonesian, is the data. Is your data rigorous? Okay? Is the data good? They cannot understand Indonesian culture. They have never eaten nasi goreng, but when they see result, they'll understand it. Okay? And so this is the reason why I'm here. You don't want to imitate Korea. You don't want to imitate Germany or even Japan. Even Germany, psychology is terrible. They make good car, but their research simply imitates Americans. So you are at the developmental phase of developing a discipline, so you need to create an online platform, create open access journal, because if you want to publish in a Scopus journal, you have to pay $2,000. Do you have $2,000 to publish in those journals? If you want to publish in APA journal, you will not publish. You don't have the network. And so you have to create open access journal. You have to have international conference. Invite all these people to Indonesia. Because how many people can you take to United States? What is the cost? So invite these people, learn about the research, explore how you can collaborate. And so this is a chance to create an academic platform that is open, free, and more scientific. And it is possible, and you have to do it because every university have to have a Center 1 journal, right? In English, open access. So why don't you work together to create this platform and have an impact? So if you have 12 journals coming out of Indonesia on indigenous psychology, people have to pay attention. An advisor who is the Scopus listing publishing company, they will pay attention. Trying to get one Scopus listed is difficult. Having 10 is much easier. And so this is what we need to do, and this is the purpose of the workshop. So why don't we have lunch and come back, and I will show you some of the results on stress, leadership, and happiness that we have found, and so we can explore the next step. So thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Can we have one question, if any? Okay. Is there any questions before we have break? Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu.
If there are no questions, they want to have lunch.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
We can have lunch first, then before we start the second session.
We'll have discussions. Yes. Okay, better idea. Thank you very much. Now we'll have a break for about 45 minutes, and we'll back again to this room at about 1.
Why don't we say 1 hour, because I know Indonesians are happiest when we're eating. So why don't we spend an hour enjoying, relaxing, and then coming back, because my lecture can be very stressful for you. So.
Okay, thank you. 1 hour for break, and you can take your lunch box in front of this room. Have a nice lunch. Thank you very much, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For your reference, this is my favorite restaurants, and I requested this. Hmm? No. Three burku.
3 berku, 3 berku.
So you may or may not like the lunch because this is my favorite. So you can give me feedback whether this lunchbox is good.
Okay, thank you. Please, you can have your break and lunch. Thank you very much. Alright. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. How was your lunch? Was it good? Okay. Berku or tiga berku is one of Mr. Kim's favorite food in Jogja. Yeah. Alright, Bapak Ibu, welcome back to the last session of our seminar today. We'll continue with the last material from Prof. Kim, but before we continue, we'll start with the discussion first. Maybe, is there any questions from all of the participants for Mr. Kim or Professor Kim? Professor, a long time ago, me myself believe that one of the most important thing is about research or conducting research. But I believe that conducting research is not enough. We have to publish, and after that, publication is not enough. We have to publish in listed journal or reputed journal. And today, I myself have a new opinion that publication or publish in a reputed journal is not enough too. We have to have a cited article so to contribute to the knowledge. So we have to get many citations for our article. Yeah, we hope that we can have a good article that is full citations. Yeah. Okay, Bapak Ibu, is there any questions for Professor Kim?
I'll comment on your response.
Yeah.
For me, in psychology, the goal is to understand people. So if we understand people, then we can do research to capture their understanding. But when you collect data from 300 people, it's 300 people talking to you simultaneously. How do you organize what they're saying? Because when I come to Indonesia, there are 5 ladies who talk, even Ibu Rini talks to me simultaneously and I can't understand. So in Indonesia, a woman can talk 5 people simultaneously and miraculously they can understand one another. But if it's 300, how do you understand? That's why we have to convert it into numbers, okay? Because we can organize numbers and we can analyze numbers. But what is important is what do these numbers mean, okay? And so first you have to understand people, but it's not just one person, but the community. And what does it mean? Then once you understand what it means, you communicate in a scientific article with introduction, method, result, and conclusion. It's a different form of communication than talking to your grandmother or talking to your children. And the most important is the data. Because data is objective in terms of numbers. Okay? And the data has to be good. And so introduction to the theory, data, and result. And as you said, I've asked Albert Bandura, why don't you publish in Science, the highest reputable journal in scientific community, Science or Nature? And so he knows the chief editor of Science. He's a president of Stanford University. So if he wanted, he can publish an article in Science. He said, I'm not interested. The reason is I'm a psychologist. I publish in psychology journals. So his motivation is not to publish in top-ranked journals. His audience is psychologists, and he publishes. And he's the most cited psychologist from 1950. And he was not only happy with highest citation. I want to create change. So he used modeling, and he created dramas in Mexico, China, India to promote literacy, rights of women, in terms of stopping AIDS in Africa. So he was able to use the drama to convince 5 million men in Tanzania to use condoms so that AIDS won't spread. And I said, did you do a t-test? From 0 to 5 million, you don't have to do a t-test. So I will introduce Bandura theory. It is important because talking cure does not work. Talking education does not work. So we talk in lecture, but students do not learn. The only way students learn is by doing, okay? Doing research, discovering, interview your grandmother, interview your community leaders, then you analyze the data. So nowadays, we have to change our educational system and also publication system because it's 70 years old after World War II. So we have to create a new system where the goal of publication is to create change, okay, and to communicate. And so now the corona pandemic is over, we have to invite people from abroad because Indonesians, even though you say you're very different from other communities, you're not. Yeah. There are a lot of similarities. You need to talk to people from United States, Japan, Korea, and to be stimulated and to research together. And so having an impact, you need to meet and communicate with people. That's why in the first page, I showed you all the places that I visited and all the people that I work with. So it's hard to take 10 Indonesian students to United States because first you cannot get visa. They think Indonesians are terrorists because you're Muslim, okay? That's what they believe, right? And it's very expensive to go there. But it's much easier to bring 5 international colleagues to Indonesia, okay? And collaborate in research with them. So I don't know why Indonesian university invite professors, they give a speech and they leave. No, you invite them, force them to write an article to publish in your journal, force them to collaborate with you in terms of research, and force them to publish with you. No free lunch, no free dinner. So Indonesians are too nice and too naive because you invite these people, they present for 1 hour, and you give them 10 million rupiah for what? What do you get out of it? You can see it in YouTube, right? It's free. The reason why you invite people is you want to meet with them, discuss your research, and listen to the presentation. So when I invited Albert Bandura in 1997, he's wonderful because he sat in front of all the presentations, and students were honored. Albert Bandura is sitting right in front of me, listening to my presentation. And he would ask questions and comments. Nurul, right? Your name. She's very happy because she asked me to sign the book that Pat Kelly written. And so she's very happy that I'm here presenting, okay? Next step, do you want to do research with me? Contact me. Why? Because see how excited she is? That's what students bring. Most professors are, oh, I'm too busy, I have other things to do, you know, I have a job. This is the basis of education, that she's excited and she can learn by doing. And not just you, if you get a group of friends together, okay? Which university do you go to? Here, okay. Who's your supervising professor? Okay. Which level are you?
In which semester?
Second. So are you interested in happiness, stress, or leadership? The 3 topics I'm doing research in UMBY, right? You're going to which university?
Which one do you like? Happiness?
Which university are you going to?
Happiness.
Happiness. In which university? Here?
No, I haven't researching yet.
So which university? UMBY? You go to UMBY? Which university do you go to?
University. Yeah,
UMBY.
here.
So you will join our research team on happiness.
Is
You're
it okay?
invited.
Is it okay?
Hmm?
Is it okay if I join your research?
I've invited you. I'm in charge.
Oh, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, sir.
So today at 3:30, we will go through statistical analysis. Have you taken course in statistics? Statistics?
Statistic. I learned that.
Okay, so we will run statistics today. So please come at 3:30, attend the statistics, and in our future meetings, you can
Okay.
happiness research.
Okay. Oh, so when is it?
Today at 3:30.
Today.
Yes.
Okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
so if you have a meeting with your friends or family, cancel it and come. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the best way to learn. Because people say, oh, she's just an undergraduate student. My first publication was when I was an undergraduate student in an Scopus listed SSCI journal. My professor said, do you want to participate? I said, yes. What do? This is a questionnaire. Collect data. I collected data. I gave it back to him. And he analyzed it. He published it, included my name. And as a result, I got scholarship, and I'm now a professor. Do you want to be a professor? Study abroad?
Yes.
This is how you do it. See her face, how excited she is, right? So this is how we learn through experience and being engaged. And so if you understand people, then you can do research. And the research, you can organize information in a very scientific way, okay? And so I don't know Indonesian culture as well as you do, but I have collected a lot of data. So this is another way of understanding Indonesia from an airplane view, okay? Not from the street view. And this is very informative. So the best way to learn is to do research, okay? Because you're not learning how to make a smartphone, right? Or how to make a car. You're learning about people. And your grandmother, your sister, they're people. You don't need special techniques. All you have to do is interview them. And you are a human being, so you can understand yourself. So psychology is very different in terms of we can understand who we are, we can talk to other people to understand them, and then the whole world opens up to you, okay? And so statistics is a tool that you need to learn. It's not that difficult. I'll teach you. This afternoon, I'll go by step, from simple reliability to structural equational modeling. Sounds heavy, right? Structural equational modeling. It's not that complicated. It's very simple. How to create a questionnaire, psychometrics. It's not that difficult if you understand people, okay? So this is what we can do together. And this is about research. It's not about publication. It's about understanding people and creating change. But let's say you get married, okay? And you have 1,000 guests, but you don't take any photos. How do you know and other people know that you're married? Even today, we take photos to show to the rector that we met, right? Because in your memory, you'll forget. You'll forget the 1,000 people who were there, right? But if you have photos, then you know who were there. That's why we have to take what we know in our mind and put it in an article and publish it so other people know. Like the cave drawings we saw, and that's how we help the scientific community, okay? So the book that you have is my colleague, Pak Heli. He translated to Bahasa Indonesia, my original English version. I don't know how well he did. So all the people that I met bring this thick book, okay? And so reading that book will not help you to understand indigenous psychology. By conducting research, you will begin to understand, okay? because probably that book is very difficult to read. And if you say you understand it, then you're better than me, because I don't understand some of my colleagues the chapters. Okay, so that is my comment. And so if there's no more question, I'll go directly into the next lecture about human agency. So I provided information about our genetics, our biology, and how we are different from other animals. And the core difference is agency. This is what Wilhelm Wundt, the founder of modern psychology, said: will. I can will to do something. Okay, so if I want to do something, I can do it. And this is what makes us different from chimpanzees. I want to fly. So can I fly by flapping my arms? Of course not. But I can take the airplane, right? If I want to learn Bahasa, I can learn it, but it's too difficult. So the only Bahasa I know is food. Nasi goreng, soto ayam, and sop bundut, because I have to eat, right? So I can will to learn, and this is called human agency. And this can be measured, self-efficacy, okay? So I have intention, I have goals, and I try to achieve the goal. And we can measure it through self-efficacy. So Lev Vygotsky, who was another developmental psychologist, he said, what a child can do today with assistance, she will be able to do it by herself tomorrow. This is agency. Very different from Piaget. And this is what Bandura said: self as proactive and agentic. All the psychology theory talk about the past, what we learned when we were a child, our IQ, our personality. But the past does not predict the future, okay? Because we create the future. And in order to understand how we create the future, simple. What is your goal? What do you want to accomplish? Do you want to be happy? Do you want to be successful? Or do you want to be an athlete, or do you want to be an academic? The most important thing is a goal. Secondly, what is your strength? What are your skills? What are you good at? Rather than what is your problem. Counseling and clinical treatment does not work very well because it's hard to change the problems you have. If you have a problematic mother, how do you change your mother? Okay? Or your husband or your wife. What you can change is yourself. And what do? You focus on your strength. What are you good at? Okay? And expand your strengths. Okay? Rather than change yourself, learn from others by modeling. The Bobo doll experiment that you know of. So, he won the Medal of Science from President Obama. It's the highest honor in 2019, 2 years before he passed away. So I know Professor Bandura since 1997 when I invited him. And I visit him every year. Whenever I go to the United States or Canada, I meet with them and we have a nice discussion. And next time, I'll show you the video interviews that I did for my course, okay? And he said, self-efficacy is not a theory. He said, it's a story of my life, okay? Professor Bandura did not come from a rich family. He did not come from a wonderful community. He is what you call a homesteader in Canada. He's originally from Canada. His father was Polish and his mother was Ukrainian. You know, the war right now. And they came to Canada because they did not have any land. And in Canada and United States, in the Wild Wild West, they gave land to immigrants. So go out to the west, clear the land, and it's your land. Okay? So when they went to Edmonton, there's nothing. No school, no roads, no hospitals. And the land was full of rocks, okay? Like the Balinese who went to Bali to create the terrace paddy. And so he grew up in a community where his father created a school. And school has one house from grade 1 to grade 12, okay? One school, few teachers, okay? And so he grew up in a very impoverished environment. And then he worked as a construction worker. Did you know that Albert Bandura was a construction worker? He used to make windows as a part-time job. Then he attended a summer school in British Columbia, and he was fascinated in psychology. And so he decided, hey, I want to study psychology, but he did not have money to pay tuition. So guess what he did? He told the supervisor, I want to study psychology, but I don't have money. And the supervisor said, oh, I have a home and I have children. I want to build a second story. Can you build it for me? Oh, no problem. So Albert Bandura built the second story and the professor paid his tuition. Okay. And so he did not come from a wealthy family, good background, but he was very inspired, like yourself. And he wanted to learn. And he didn't think of psychology. He wanted to major in medicine. But he had to take elective courses, and he did not know why. And one day in the library, he saw a page with psychology, and so he decided to take psychology. He is a clinical psychologist, not a developmental or social psychologist. And his thesis is Rorschach inkblots, and he showed why that theory is incorrect. Like a vase and two people facing one another, it's a figure ground relationship. It doesn't measure unconscious. And he published 2 articles on that, and he was invited as a professor at Stanford University. So one thing he does, he's very self-disciplined. This is his desk. He sits there 12 hours a day writing articles. And this is him finishing his book on moral disengagement. Oh. So after dinner, he always sits on the desk and writes 3 hours. Okay? And the best students simply have a desk and they sit and open the computer. Okay? So he is very disciplined. And also this is my colleagues and Professor Bandura having dinner. Because people don't believe me when I say I work with Bandura, so I just inserted photos during lunch. Okay? So I meet and I talk with him all the time. And I teach an online course in cultural psychology, so I conducted an interview with them, and I have the videotape of them. So, Albert Bandura, so people who regard themselves as highly efficacious act, think, and feel differently from people who perceive themselves as inefficacious. They produce their own future rather than simply foretell it. So what he's saying, people who have high efficacy think, act, and behave differently than people who have low efficacy. And you can measure it, and you can use it to predict their behavior. Okay? So we don't talk about, oh, I wish I was successful. I wish I was happy. We make it happen. Okay? And so human agency in notion, people make contribution to their action through the mechanism of reflection, motivation, being creative, and self-determined. The key to human agency is a person's belief in self-efficacy. So before you act, you think, you reflect, you set goals, and you motivate yourself, okay? And this can be measured by self-efficacy. I can ask Neural, are you interested in studying happiness?
Research in happiness?
Yes.
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 I think I love researching about happiness because
Mike?
I love researching about. I want to research about happiness because I am an activist also. So I learn from conflicts area, and I learned from KPSI or some organization that it is gathers people with survivor of schizophrenia, and I learned that they need happiness, and it can it can increase their quality of life.
Okay, so will you join us for the workshop at 3:30? Will you participate in a 3:30 workshop?
Yes.
See, so by asking her what her goals are, I can predict that she'll be here at 3:30, right?
Yeah. First, I read your book, and second, I attend to your seminars, your previous seminars,
Okay.
and I love how you teach people, and I love happy genetics and evolutionary psychology and evolutionary biology that you just deny. I mean, you say, oh, indigenous psychology is more relevant than theirs. Yeah. So that's so
Okay.
insightful.
So thank you very much. Through this interview, I verified what Bandura has said, right? And I can do this many other ways. So in order to succeed, people need a sense of efficacy. They have confidence because even when they have difficulties, they're able to overcome obstacles. Unless people believe that they can produce desired result, they have little incentive to act. So you need to have a belief that you can learn, you can develop, and you can create change. Why else people will engage? So there are 4 things. This is the software of the mind. Happens before you act. One is self-observation. You observe yourself. What makes me happy? What motivates me? Okay. Secondly is self-efficacy. Do I have the skills to achieve the goal? Third is based on how I behave, like academic achievement, school grade. You have to reflect, and you have to self-evaluate. And this is constantly being observed. And how do you gain efficacy? How do you get confidence in yourself? One is mastery experience. Mastering a particular skill, like English, statistics, how to drive a motorcycle, or how to cook. Then you have confidence. But the most effective is modeling. By watching other people succeed, like brothers and sisters, or your friends, you get confidence, hey, I can do it too. Then verbal persuasion, social support. Your parents, your friends tell you, hey, you're a good person. If you try hard, you can succeed. Then physiological affective state. Athletes, when they lift weight or run 10 kilometers, your body feels pain. And it's a natural reaction, oh, I feel pain, I should stop. But if you continue, your body produces endorphin. And so you can lift more weight and run longer. And this is how self-efficacy develops. And what is self-efficacy? It is the belief that you have the capability to organize and execute the source of action, manage the prospective situation. So Bandura, since he had a poor education in Canada, his writing is terrible. He admits it, okay? So it's very hard because he writes very scientifically. What he's saying that you have to believe yourself, okay? And what do you believe? I have the skills that is necessary to perform well. And so how do you measure? First, you have to understand what is your intention? What do you want to achieve? What is your current knowledge and what is your goal? The most important thing is your goal, okay? Secondly is, do you have the skill? Okay? You might want to become the president of Indonesia or K-pop idol, but do you have the skill? Then do you have the belief that you can perform? So this efficacy leads to behavior. And this behavior leads to outcome. Just believing that you have academic skill is not enough. You have to get good grades, okay? And you have to get good evaluation. And the question is, how do you increase it? Two ways. Social support. By having your parents, professors, and friends support you emotionally, informationally, and practically, and feedback in terms of how well you're doing, in terms of grade and performance. So, Bandura talks about 3 different levels. One is personal agency. I, as a person, can achieve the desired goal. Second is proxy agency. With the help of my parents or friends, I can achieve the goal. So let's say after this workshop, you're tired and you go home and you're hungry. And you can ask your mother, can you cook for me? Okay? And you can have a wonderful meal. So you don't have to cook for yourself. So this is called proxy agency, getting the social support. Then there is collective agency, that you work together as a group and you create change in the community. So Bandura does not focus just on the individual, but relationship and the collective level. So what is the psychology of creativity? If you study chimpanzees, and Professor Sapolsky at Yale University studied chimpanzee, is highly stressed because the alpha male create despair, fear, hatred, greed, and suspicion. That's the chimpanzee community. What we do is transform to hope. Do you want to be depressed? I can make you depressed. Very simple, give up hope. You'll get sick, you'll get into accidents, and people will betray you, and give up hope. You have to have hope. Even though when situations are bleak, you have to have hope that you can change the environment. Out of fear, human beings, we gain confidence that we can manage our environment. Hatred, we have to develop empathy. Human beings survive because we take care of the young children. We take care of the sick so they recover. Other animals do not do that. Okay? Because when you take care of the sick and the weak, you put yourself in danger. You may not get enough food, and you may not survive. But we take care of others and cooperated, and as a group, we survived. Rather than greed, we share. Okay? Mothers share what they have, so everybody's fed. Okay? And with suspicion, you create trust, so we can work together. And this is creativity. We think creativity as creating smartphone or algorithm, but it's creating hope, trust, and so health does not only involve the body. That's what the doctors do. They know the body. But we have to understand the mind, the software. We also understand emotion. And we need to understand spirituality, the larger picture, the connectedness, and it is important. So what is stress and depression? It's very simple, that something happens outside the environment that you can cope. So your thought is negative. You feel, I cannot cope, and life is a mess, and everything is going wrong. Then you have feelings of anxiety, depression, worried, frustration, and your behavior is erratic, and your physical symptom, your heart palpitates, you cannot sleep, and you cannot digest. You cannot control your life, okay? Something is happening. So an accident, illness, or the work condition, you cannot understand, you cannot manage, and you cannot control. So your brain is going crazy, and it's releasing all the stress hormone, cortisol, adrenaline, epinephrine. So you have a fight, flight, or freeze. Either you fight, or you freeze, or you fight, run away. So what happens in a situation of stress, your brain shuts down, your body shuts down, okay? And depression, and you have this stress cycle. You cannot sleep adequately, and you have additional tasks that is difficult to do, and you panic because you cannot handle it, and you feel helpless, and you suffer from physical symptoms, and you work inefficiently. And so what we did, Bandura studied self-efficacy and social efficacy, but he did not study relationship. And I told him, hey, there is no relational efficacy scale. And he told me, create one. So I created relational efficacy. How well can you maintain relationship with your friends, with your classmates, with your brothers and sisters, and parents, and relatives, and teachers? How well can you maintain your relationship? It's a relational efficacy scale. And social support questionnaire. I added emotional support. My parents make me feel secure and comfortable, know and understand me, are kind and warm, listen to my worries, console me when I'm in trouble, and give me appropriate advice. This is based on interviewing Korean students, parents, and adults. So this is an indigenous scale, okay? And this is the result we get. So we find that parental emotional support and friends' emotional support increase trust and increase relational efficacy. And relational efficacy increases life satisfaction, okay? In the second study, we collected data in Korea and Japan, okay? And this is a conceptual model. Social support from parents will increase resilience of efficacy, increase stress management, and reduce stress. This is our predicted model, and this is the result we get. So stress, social support from parents did not affect directly stress management or reduce stress. What it did is social support increased resiliency of efficacy, and it increased stress management and reduced stress symptoms. Okay? So we know the path and the strength, and we got similar result in Japan. Okay? Similar, same path, different strength. Second study, we studied stress and life satisfaction in Korean high school students, and what you see, support from parents, teachers, and friends increase academic efficacy and relational efficacy. And these efficacy increase life satisfaction, and it reduces stress. Okay? So we can provide a path model that shows the direction and strength. Depression is measured by CESD, Center for Epidemiological Study of Depression, and we use this in our study. And also stress, we also collected data. So depression, it involves sad mood. I feel sad, low energy, I don't want to do anything. Avoidance of pleasure activity, I don't want to meet people, I don't enjoy eating food. And social isolation, you isolate yourself. And so the scale measured these four aspects, and we collected data in Korea and Japan, and this is a research model that we predicted that social support will increase resilience of efficacy, increase stress management, reduce depression and stress, okay? This is the theoretical model based on the literature, and this is what we get in Korea. So social support increases efficacy, increases stress management, reduces depression and stress. So management of stress does not reduce stress symptom, only mildly depression. Look at the path correlation of resiliency or efficacy. It is high relative to other variables. So then we have Beck depression inventory. There are two major depression, and we get the same result. Social support predicts resilience and reduces depression and stress symptoms. If you have this result, can you publish? Of course we can publish, and we did publish, okay? And how about Japanese? Similar pattern in terms of social support, resiliency, reduced symptom, and depression. So yes, Koreans are different from Japanese, but if you have efficacy and social support, then you are able to manage stress and depression. How about depression and well-being? We did a study with Korean students, and this is a structural equational modeling. Okay, path analysis you look at one variable at a time. So social support includes emotional and financial. From friends, emotional and information. And self-efficacy, resilience and coping. Well-being, life satisfaction and subjective well-being. And mental health, depression and stress. Okay? And this is a result we have for male students. Social support from parents increases self-efficacy and well-being. Social support from friends increases well-being directly. And self-efficacy reduces emotional disorder, -633, and increases well-being. Okay? And for female students, slightly different because social support from friends reduces mental health problem and increases well-being in addition to self-efficacy. So, income, life satisfaction, and happiness. So Daniel Kahneman won the Nobel Prize in economics, showing that people don't always make rational decisions. So he helped to launch the World Happiness Survey. So all the countries around the world and people every year complete the World Happiness Survey. And he conducted, in addition to the survey, what makes people happy. And he investigated the Easterlin paradox. What is Easterlin paradox? He's an economist, and he analyzed economic growth and happiness. And in 1974, he found as income increases, happiness increases. But at a certain level, it does not increase anymore. Okay? And once an economy develops, incomes no longer predicts happiness. This is the correlation path. As you see, when your economy is not developed, it increases happiness, but once it develops around 15,000, the slope decreases. So Indonesia is around here, okay? 2.3 in terms of income per capita GNP. So Indonesians will be happier because the economy. But once it reaches this level, then happiness will not increase. Okay? And so I'll skip this part because what he says, what predicts life satisfaction is different from happiness. Okay? Life satisfaction and happiness are correlated 0.5, and they explain only 25%. You have high life satisfaction when you have high income, when you're successful, and when you have achieved what you want. You're satisfied with your life because you have a good family, you have a house, you have a car, and you have a stable income. You're happy when you are with people you love and enjoying spending time together. Okay? Those are two different things. Okay? Life satisfaction is based on social standard of achievement. So how do you explain this graph? Because life was hard, and when you're poor, you spend a lot of time earning money, working hard to take care of your family, to buy a house and buy a car. Okay? And when you buy a house for the first time, you're very happy because you can live there and you have a car and you can drive around. But when you have a house, when you have a car, and everything you need, if you have more money, will it make you happier? The answer is no. Okay? You can be satisfied, but happiness is based on experience and with being with people that you love and you care. But the problem is, once you begin to make money, when do you stop? And people who are focused on money spend all their time trying to make more money. And you neglect relationship, and you neglect having experiences. And I can say that even when I'm in UMBY Jogja, I work 14 hours a day analyzing data. So Rennie gives me wonderful food, but I cannot taste it because I have to work. And when I go to the hotel, it's a nice hotel, but I'm just sitting in front of my laptop. So am I happy when I'm in Jogja? Only when I meet you. But in my hotel, when I work, I'm absorbed. So life satisfaction is predicted by income, success. Happiness is predicted by experience and relationship. And this is the result we get in the United States. So as you see, life satisfaction goes up with income, okay? But positive effects goes up, then goes sideways. Not feeling blue goes up and goes sideways. Stress-free goes up and goes sideways. Same with Easterline hypothesis, okay? So your life satisfaction goes up with additional income, success, but once you achieve a certain median level, and it has no effect. I'll skip this part and go to another part. How do you spend your day? Okay? And do you spend your day like this? Or like this? So happiness at work depends on your relationship with your colleagues. Do you trust your boss? Can you communicate and work together? And Indonesia, Korea, Japan, no. There's too much competition. And people work hard for retirement. But people become miserable when they retire because they don't have colleagues, they don't meet people, and they're not engaged in productive activities. And so, I'll skip this part. So what is the secret of happiness, health, and long life? So we created the social support questionnaire, emotional and informational, that we collected in Indonesia. We collected data from elementary, junior, senior school, 3,000, and this is the result we get. So, social support from father, mother, teacher, and friends predicts self-efficacy, okay? And social support from teacher predicts life satisfaction for elementary school students. And self-efficacy increases academic achievement and life satisfaction. And life satisfaction for students in elementary school does not increase academic achievement. So here, teacher is very important when children are young. And mother and father only influence their self-efficacy. When they go to middle school, mother's role becomes much more important. And father's role increases self-efficacy. When you go to high school, teachers no longer have an impact. What is important, mother continues to play an important role. Oops, sorry. Mother plays a continuously important role predicting self-efficacy and life satisfaction. But father now predicts efficacy and life satisfaction more than mothers. Okay? That's why it's important fathers engage and contribute when students get older. And self-efficacy predicts academic achievement and life satisfaction. And for high school students, life satisfaction predicts academic achievement. So, I was contacted by a national television station called SBS. And they asked me, can money buy happiness? And they study case studies of people who won the lotteries. A lot of Indonesians buy lotto ticket. And they feel that if you win a lottery for, let's say, 1 billion rupiah, you'll be happy. So do you think if you win a lottery and become rich tomorrow, will you be happy? Of course. That's why you buy a lottery ticket, right? But they found a strange result. 2/3 of people who won the lottery become miserable, depressed, and they end up losing all their money. 2/3. And 1/3 of people who are happy were already rich. What does that mean? People who are already rich know how to manage their money, and they live in the same house, have the same relationship. People who are poor in a village, when they win a lottery, move to Jakarta, they lose relationship, and they don't know how to invest in money, and all their friends and family say, oh, give me some money, so you cut off all the relationship. And since they don't know how to manage money, they end up losing it all. So they wish they have never won the lottery, because they cannot go back to their community and friends and relatives who they rejected because they did not want to give money. So the TV producer said, how do you explain this? We thought money will buy happiness, but for majority, it made them miserable. So my answer, let's do research, okay? I always do research because I can give my opinion. So I created a questionnaire about scale of happiness, efficacy, and this is the result we got. In terms of for students, happiness is predicted by academic grade. So if you do well, and also efficacy. And your efficacy is increased by emotional support, which also predicts happiness. Emotional support is the most effective. And socioeconomic status increases your academic grade and the support you get from your parents, okay? And this is also we found in Indonesia. Socioeconomic status increases your efficacy because you're more likely to get support from your parents, okay? And for adults, different result. Occupational success and what we found, children success. If your children succeed, then you're happy, okay? And efficacy predicts achievement, children's success, and happiness. And emotional support and education predicts resilient efficacy. Monthly income predicts happiness, but just 1%. So this is multiple regressional analysis. So for students, 53% of happiness is explained by emotional support you get from your parents. 3.7% on academic achievement, then efficacy. For adults, emotional support, efficacy, education, and social class. For the elderly, the most important is really efficacy. As you get older, you have to be able to manage your health, you have to manage your finances, and you have to manage your future, okay? And then social class is important. As you get older and when you retire, you need money because you have to have health care. You want to give allowances to your grandchildren, and you have a lot of time. But money overall explains only 2% of happiness. Majority, around 30%, is emotional support. And then efficacy. So we did a study with millennial and Gen Z. So most of you are Gen Zs, born after 1998. I forgot the exact date. These are young university students. And so what we found, and this is what we also found in Indonesia, that happiness is predicted by trust. If those people who trust other people are happier. But the most important variable is relational efficacy. If you have high efficacy, you're more likely to trust people and to be happy. And the social support received from friends makes you happier and to have higher efficacy. And if you have a positive outlook in life, you're more likely to trust people, have higher efficacy, and be happy. And the academic grade will increase relational efficacy. And those people who are positive are more likely to have higher academic grade. And RMI is a significant level. GFI, AGFI, NFI are model testing. They have to be above 0.9. And the significance of chi-square, this is not supposed to be significant. So the model fit is very good. Okay? You don't have to know the details, but the results are very good. Okay? So then this is a result of online social support. Okay? So does online social support have the same impact? Yes, it increases your happiness, but it does not increase your efficacy, relational efficacy, because you don't know these people, right? So we collected data and included social efficacy of people that you don't know, and see online social support increases social efficacy that increases happiness. And conscientiousness is a personality that predicts trust, efficacy, and happiness. And you can see RMR and goodness of fit, and results are very good. So what do we learn from multiple regression of happiness? In 2005, 53% is explained by social support, self-efficacy. In one study, positivity. Second study, social support and personality and efficacy. I'll skip positive aging. What it says about positive aging is you have to sleep 8 hours, and you have to expand your social network. You know why? Because your friends and relatives die. And when you lose your friends and relatives, you get depressed. So what do? Find new friends so you can connect. You cannot live alone, and that's why religion is important, because you have a community and you have a spiritual connectedness, okay? And so religion plays a very important role when you get older. And you need a community where you can contribute and donate. So aging involves taking care of yourself and taking care of others. When you take care of others, your happiness is increased because it creates oxytocin. When you work with people you don't know, new path in your brain is connected. If you only associate with your families and friends, the problem is your families and friends die. They get sick and you get depressed. So you have to learn to make new friends, expand your social network. And this is something elderly refuse to do because it's too much work. And I'm sorry, you'll get Alzheimer, depression, and you die. Okay? And this is something that we need to understand. So Harvard studied in 1935, Harvard men and Boston College men. And they studied their life experiences, medical record, DNA, RMI, brain, and found a very surprising result. It's a longitudinal study of 720 people for 85 years. So Robert Waldinger, the current director, said, the surprise finding is that our relationship and how happy we are in our relationship has a powerful influence on our health. People who were the most satisfied in their relationship, age of 50, was healthiest at age 80. Those people who maintain good relationship, close relationship, are healthy, happy, and live longer. People who are isolated, lonely, they die 10 years earlier. And they're miserable. And loneliness kills, he said. It's as bad as addicted to alcohol and smoking. So Prophet Muhammad said, you should not do alcohol, but he should also say, you should not isolate yourself. That's a good way to kill yourself, okay? So it's a very powerful message. Loneliness kills. And so people who are less healthy, and this is a study that started in 1974, and it continues 75, 85 years later. The result is also found in the United Kingdom, in Finland, New Zealand, in longitudinal studies. So George Valiant, that financial success depends on the warmth of relationship, not on intelligence. That successful people had warm and caring mothers. So those scored highest on warm relationship earn 2 times more than their counterpart. So if you have warm relationship with your mother, you're more likely to succeed, as we found in Korea. So those who had high IQ, higher than 115 versus 110, no difference. So IQ has no impact. Personality has no impact. Warm relationship with your parents had an impact. And for men who had warm relationship with their mothers earned 80,000. And those who had poor child relationship were more likely to develop dementia, brain disease. And later in the professional lives, men's relationship with their mother was associatedness with effectiveness at work. Those children who had a good relationship with their mother had much more effectiveness, positive outcomes at work. And warmth of childhood relationship with father, lower rates of anxiety, greater enjoyment of vacation, and increased satisfaction at age 75. So how do you spend your day? And how do you spend your retirement? And he found 6 predictors of health and happiness. So if you're happy, you have to exercise. Thing, you cannot do drugs or smoke. Third thing, you have to be able to cope with life difficulties. And you have to have stable weight. Like Eva Rini is very healthy because she's thin and she maintains healthy weight, okay? So I believe she's happy also. Okay, she's smiling. So you have to have, and also Eva Rina is, Nina is doing the same thing. Then also education was a factor. So if you're educated, you're more likely to stop smoking, you don't engage in drinking, and you eat sensibly. But when the study began, no one cared about empathy or attachment because it's not in psychological theory. But the key to healthy aging is relationship, relationship, and relationship. So for Americans, this is shocking because it's about individual, it's about personality, it's about income, it's about intelligence, but they do not predict positive result. So this is the conclusion, that personality does not predict. Those who kept warm relationship live longer, they're happier than lonely people. And so how do you spend your day? So this is the result. The people who were happiest, who stayed healthiest as they grew old, and who lived the longest were the people who had warm connection with other people. For Indonesian, this is not surprising. But as your economy develops, what will you do? Will you focus on work, go to Jakarta to make money, and spend 14 hours a day, and forget the relationship and the community you came from? Yes. All the other countries, same. Okay? Including Korea. So on the drama, music, we look happy. Koreans are miserable and depressed. Don't believe what you see on television. Why? Because we lost relationship. We live in apartment complex, and our grandparents live in nursing homes because we cannot take care of them, or in their villages, and we visit them twice a year, or talk to them through the smartphone. All elderly people are miserable and depressed. So my recommendation, don't become like Korea and Japan. Don't forget, as you develop economically, Will you give up relationship that is the source of your health and happiness? Unfortunately, for all the countries, yes. So please don't make the same mistake as the other countries. And this is a very important message. We thought good relationship would make us happier, but we were surprised relationship actually predicted who would live longer and who would grow in a healthy way. So Indonesians are happy because of good relationship, because of the community, because of the spirituality. Will you give that up to make money, to be wealthy, to be successful? Because money is very, very attractive. How can you give up money? Okay, and this is a question that you have to ask. And same study was done, study with nuns who were 100 years old, and they examined their brains, and they had plaques like everybody else. But what is amazing is they developed new connection because they serve others. And this is what you're taught in Ramadan, serve others, okay? And to help the poor. It's not for the poor, but for myself. If I help the poor, I feel better, I feel happier, and I become healthier. And so, what is the secret of happiness? What is the core value of Indonesia? That's why you're happy. And unfortunately, Indonesia has not developed economically. And if you follow the path of other countries, you'll be wealthy, but stressed, unhappy, and depressed. If you lose your core values. And that's why indigenous psychology is important, to understand what is the core value of Indonesia. You have to maintain the family, you have to maintain the community, and you have to maintain the spiritual connectedness. Whether you're Muslim, Christian, it doesn't matter. Because you have to see the larger picture than just satisfying your needs. Okay? And this is what the results said, what tell us. And we analyzed the data in UMBY, Malang, and yesterday in Jogja. They say the same thing. So, yes, it's important to publish. Yes, it's important to do research. But how do you do it? Do it together, as a team, in a supportive community. So UMBY, we have a group of 6 faculty members and lecturers, and I assign them different topics, and they have to fill the table, and we have to work together, okay? And if you're interested, undergraduate students can join and learn. And so we eat together, and we talk together, and it reduces stress. Because if you're doing by yourself, there's a lot of uncertainty. And I make fun of Pakada. You know, he's a Secretary General, so I always make fun of him. And everybody laughs. And he laughs, okay? So working alone is very difficult. So work together and take care of one another. And I'll make sure that every one of the faculty and researcher will publish. It's not that difficult, okay? At least for me. But what I would like to emphasize is that I don't want to destroy Indonesian culture by making you compete for limited resources. So my condition is you have to care and share and cooperate if you want to work with me, okay? Because otherwise, you'll end up destroying your own culture and community. So Indonesia have something very valuable, relationship and community. And this is what we call capital, cultural capital, okay? It's not a financial capital, it's not a social capital, but it is a cultural capital that you're blessed with the tradition, in addition to nature. You have wonderful nature that produces rice and fruits year-round, okay? And so you need to protect the environment, but what you need to do more importantly is take care of your culture and help it develop. So I hope that you will participate. And if anyone who wants to collaborate, my answer is always yes, okay? But the question is, how do we do it? How do we collaborate, okay? And the best way is when you have a pie, don't think of dividing the pie, make the pie larger, okay? And if you make the pie larger, it's too large for one person to eat, so you have to share. So I work with UGM, and the failure 15 years ago is I only work with UGM. You know why? Because the UGM colleagues don't work with UMPAD, UWI, because they are competitors. That's the mistake I made. So this time, I would like to work with everyone who is interested in research. And we work together, and we collaborate. And because you are all Indonesian, and I'm an honorary Indonesian, okay? And I'm willing to come back to make sure that you can create a future that you're happy with and that your children can grow and cooperate together. So I think my time is up. Yes, my time is up, 2 minutes. So we can take questions if you have. Ibu Nina will be the moderator.
Okay, the question will be from Ibu Rina. Please, time is yours.
Thank you, Professor Kim. I just want to elaborate about, you said earlier that in Indonesia is still economically isn't growing yet. But in Jakarta, you said, and in other big cities, the culture is already the same with American culture. So you do the research in Indonesia, and is there any differences of the result from the respondent from big cities, and from Malang is still the not as big as Jakarta and Surabaya? Thank you.
So we are collecting, my colleague Pak Dedi is collecting data from Venus, which is at the heart of Jakarta. But my initial reaction is based on staying in Jakarta for many, many days as a consultant to Mr. Siputra, as a consultant to BSF. People driving big cars, fancy cars, showing off their wealth, and people competing, people being very corrupt in trying to make as much money as possible. And I know the Siputra group and many of the companies. And so in terms of companies, it's not any different, because the purpose is profit, to make as much money as possible. The Lippo Group, Pomodoro Group, all the companies, the Jarum, the tobacco company, Pertamina was one of the most corrupt companies in Indonesia. So all the companies are pursuing profit. This is the problem. All the food company, the Indo-food, with all the garbage that they produce, they don't care about the environment. So, and all the banks, a lot of people, my students work in a bank because they have a high income. It's so bureaucratic, and a lot of students, they don't want to work, but they cannot get another job. Okay? There's no manufacturing base. See, only company that is trying to do the right thing is GoTo. They have a Yayasan, a foundation that is trying to promote Gotong Royong. But they're only talking about it. They're not doing anything. And I said, well, you have to do something. You cannot just sit in your office and invite people to talk about innovation. So we'll see what happens. So Bandung, we collected data. And Bandung is closest we have to Jakarta, because it is always highly competitive. The company, the outlet stores, and so at least we see a difference. Jogja is the most conservative, at least the data we found. Parents play very important role still. And the most interesting result is religion, and spirituality is very high in Jogja, okay? I don't know why, but that's the result. And we found that if you practice religion and if you have strong faith, you have higher efficacy and you're happier, okay? So we need to collect data more. and there's a high sense of community in Jogja. Okay, I don't know because we have to analyze the Jakarta data, Bandung data, and we need to collect more data in the sense of community. So my colleague, Maureen Dishi, how do you put it, Maureen Nishi, Ning, I call her Ning. She was a graduate student at UGM, and so she was very good, conscientious, but no one helped her and supported her. And so when she told me she was here, I decided to work with UMBY, to be honest, because of her, okay? Because she worked very hard, but she did not get any publication while we were at the research committee, even though I thought she was one of the best, and she worked very hard. So my first goal is to make Ning successful, to publish, because she is very caring and sharing person. She's not here today because her mother is sick and she has to take care of the family, okay? That I can forgive, okay? So what the data suggests is Jogja is a special district because it retains more of the culture and religion. At least that's what the initial data tells me. Bandung is becoming closer to Jakarta. Malang is very special. It's very unusual. Okay, so I don't know. We have to analyze the data. And we were, one student is collecting data in Bali. So we have to know Balinese. So it would be wonderful if we can collect data in other islands, from Sumatra all the way to Kalimantan to Papua. And so people ask me, why are you collecting data with university students? My answer, because it's easy, okay? And my answer is they know how to fill a questionnaire. The most important thing is reliability, okay? And validity. And you can compare students all across Indonesia, okay? And the second step is to collect data from high school students, from employees, then contextualize within each community. So you go sideways across Indonesia, from aging to employees to all the way down to parents. So my biggest challenge is it will be wonderful to get data from parents, not just the students, but that's a big challenge. And it's difficult because students complete the questionnaire very quickly through Google survey. You know, they click and they're used to it, but parents, they cannot do the Google survey, okay? And they cannot even complete the questionnaire because their literacy rate, educational level may be low. So the only way that I can understand is through data, okay, although I visited many communities. And so it is one thing to collect data, but my colleagues were not able to publish it, okay? And there were a lot of political problems at UGM. If you're a UGM graduate, you know the politics involved. So if you're too successful, other colleagues are jealous and try to destroy the program, okay? This is what I found in UMPAD and other universities, because Indonesians like equality. Everybody the same, and if one is very successful, you pull them down. In Hawaii, we call it a crab in a bucket, okay? So you get the same resources. So it would be wonderful if you and your colleagues in another university participate in research, but if it's in Jogja, it doesn't make sense to do the same research because Jogja students are similar, but maybe on another topic, on a parent-child relationship, or about academic achievement, another topic that would be useful. So based on my travel, 15 years, based on the data we collected in Indonesia, I have not been to Kalimantan, but I've been to Sabah, which is similar, and I have not been to Papua or to Sumatra or Madura. I heard people there are very aggressive. But in general, I think there's more that connects Indonesian than differences. Because of the ecology. The islands are spread east and west, not north and south, okay? if it's north and south, the temperature and ecology is very different. But if you look at Indonesia, it's all across the volcanic ridge. So based on my even visit to Makassar, Sulawesi, there are differences, but not that dramatic. So I think Indonesians have more in common, and Indonesians develop this stereotype of one another, such as Sundanese women are beautiful. In my experience, no, they're not. They're about the same. I cannot tell the difference between Sundanese and Javanese and Chinese. So we need to break the stereotypes by further empirical research. Any other questions? Yes.
Okay, the next questions will be from Ibu Alin. Time is yours.
Thank you. Prof. Kim, I wonder what's the difference about the concept of happiness and subjective well-being, because in my opinions, happiness is more temporary, and subjective well-being, it's evaluate the life of persons. What's your opinion?
I agree. But there's another difference, because when we fill out a questionnaire, then we have to evaluate. So subjective well-being is general, broad, okay? And we collect the data on happiness and subjective well-being, and they're highly correlated. The main difference is subjective well-being is based on an evaluation of your life. Happiness is focusing on experience. And so the questionnaire we created, we divided into different areas of your life. About there are different domains: self-efficacy, relational efficacy, social, relational, family. So I think we need to be much more specific. So when we looked at happiness, 8 scales, there are differences. Okay? In terms of happiness about the self, is different from happiness about society. Okay? So happiness about society, high trust is necessary. Okay? Whereas happiness about the self, trust is not that important. And the type of efficacy that you need is different. To be happy about the self is you need relational efficacy. Happiness about health is resilience. You have to overcome difficulty. Happiness about the family, of course, family efficacy. And spirituality, what is the most important predictor of spirituality or spiritual well-being? You know, if I ask people, in order to have high spiritual well-being, what is important? And it's very difficult to answer. And we discover family efficacy is important. You have to have strong family to have spiritual well-being. Then when you think about it, of course, it makes sense. If you have family members who are fighting all the time, it is very hard to maintain spiritual connectivity. So subjective well-being is too broad. So if you want to increase family well-being, it's different from health. It's different from career. For career, what is important is social efficacy and social support from friends. Okay? So different domains in life, you need different efficacy and different type of social support. So subjective well-being is global, general. Happiness we divide into specific areas in life, because it is very hard to increase subjective well-being for everything. It's easier to target about your health, about spirituality, about family, about your career. Okay? So it's easier to create change that way. So I think it is important to do both. Okay? And they are highly correlated with one another, But happiness is much more specific, and it focuses on experiences rather than evaluation, like what Kahneman has suggested.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe one more questions before we end up the session. Okay.
The person from Thailand.
From
He's,
Thailand, yeah.
From the Thai elephant.
Okay, thank you. My name is Eta. Actually, I came from Yogyakarta, not from Thailand.
I'm just joking.
I know. I have this from my relative. So, Professor Kim, I wonder, you said that the happiest person is the one who has warmest connection.
Relationship, yes.
So, is it right when I say that if we want to be happy, we have to connect with other people. We have to build relationship with other people.
Yes.
Okay, but what do you think about when we want to build relation with other people, we want to connect with other people, it means we need to communicate with them.
Yes.
And not all people can communicate well, can communicate effectively.
Yeah.
And what do you think about communication?
You have to learn. You have to learn how to communicate.
Okay.
Men do not communicate well with women or other men.
Yeah.
So you have to teach them how to communicate about feelings. So men, if a woman, if your husband calls, oh, I'm not feeling well. He said, what is it? Are you sick? Can I give you medicine? Can I give you water? Can I make temperature? They try to focus on the immediate things. When you're saying, when they say I'm not feeling well, you don't know why. Okay? And it's much more emotional, where men try to solve all the problems. Okay? And so communication is not just verbal, emotional. Okay? And non-verbal communication. Sometimes when someone says, I'm not feeling very well, you just hug them, and it's okay. Okay? So you have to develop different efficacies. Okay? And so in our leadership style, we have communication efficacy, analytical efficacy, empowering efficacy, and different type of skills. So for general subjective well-being, we cannot predict, but for specific areas, we have to have different efficacy. Okay? So one thing that is unique about human beings, we can change if we want to. Okay? So first, you have to want to. If you have a husband and he's not interested in developing his communication skill, there's nothing he can do. If you nag, the relationship will get worse. He has to want to do it. Like your children, if you tell them to eat vegetables, they won't eat it if they don't want to. Okay? And so what you do, you send them to a kid's neighbor who eat a lot of vegetable in that family. So if you visit his friend and everybody's eating vegetable, he'll end up eating vegetables. Okay? So it is something that kid is willing to do, and they're willing to model, learn. Then they experience, hey, I can learn and develop confidence. Okay? So modeling is an effective way to teach. But the most important thing is your goal. What is your goal? So if a person wants to make money, well, it's hard to change his goal. Okay? So you have to figure out what the person wants to do. You have to know what the person is willing to do. And through social support and modeling, you can create change. Okay? And so you have to understand there's certain assumptions. Just maintaining good relationship will not make you happy. If you're poor and if you don't have food, right? So the assumption is you have enough money to solve the problems, like house, food, and enough to survive. But once you have enough to survive, you have to maintain good relationship with your parents, your friends, your community members, your children. This is not easy. People think, oh, relationship, oh, it's easy. No, no, no. Making money is easy. Maintaining relationship is the most complicated things in life, especially with my mother. It's a nightmare because my mother was 95 years old, and I asked her, was I a good boy? Yes, you are a good boy. Did I do everything you tell me? Yes, you did everything she told me. Then I asked, why don't you do what I'm telling you in terms of eating right, exercising, meeting people? I don't know. She drove me crazy because I did everything my mother told me. She refuses to do anything that I tell you. Of course, she's passed away. She drove me crazy because she refused. So maintaining a good relationship with my mother is the most difficult challenge in my life. I can attest to God. God help me. Then the second most difficult person, my father. Oh, what a nightmare. Then my brother and my two sisters. To be honest, maintaining relationship with family is not easy. Okay? It's a lot of work. So if you ask me, I'd rather make money. So guess what I did? When my father was sick, my mother was sick, I went consulting, and I made money, and my sister took care of my parents and paid for everything. Of course, you have to pay the hospital bills. So my sister were very grateful for me, and I was happy that they were listening to my mother and father, all their complaints, and all I have to do is make money to pay for everything, the renovation and so forth. So yes, I can make money. That's my strength. But maintaining relationship is not easy. So it sounds easy, right? Maintain close relationship. But human beings are the most complicated and the most difficult to manage. So what you don't do is break the relationship. You have to be patient. I learned that with the children, you have to have a lot of patience, okay? You have to learn how to listen. So communication, people think, learn how to talk. No, 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 no. Men talk too much. Just listen. Just feel. And just sit. Don't say a word. That's what I tell to someone. Don't talk. Just sit. Watch. So communication is being able to relate and share. And just sometimes just sit and watch the sunset. And most men think this is boring. Okay? So you're experiencing it together. That is the important thing. Okay? So my mother told me that, oh, I'm old, I cannot change. A lot of people say, I'm old, I cannot change. Yeah. You know what I told my mother? You're not dead yet. Change. God will not accept you refusing to change. So you have to change. Yeah. Otherwise, you make everyone else miserable. My mother made everyone miserable because she refused to change. She had diabetes, but she ate food, and she had hypertension. She refused to exercise. She would fight with all her friends. She is very nice when you meet them, but when you come home, she would say all the bad things. So that reminds me of a quote by Nelson Mandela, who was jailed by the white South Africans. And he said, resentment is like taking poison and hoping the other person dies. If you resent someone, it doesn't influence other people, it just destroys me. Yeah. If I hate another person, let's say I decided to hate you and you don't know about it, it doesn't influence you, but the hate will eat me up. So that's why it is important, okay? Don't get absorbed in all these emotions. But if I like you and take care of you, guess who benefits? Probably not you, not much, but me. Because my brain secretes oxytocin, and my brain is able to connect. So helping others, we think I'm helping the poor person. No, I'm helping myself in terms of making new connections and feeling good about myself. So there are certain values in religion, okay? Certain values in spirituality. The most important thing about religion is you have a community of believers that you can interact with. If you're atheist, if you don't have religion, you don't have a community. Okay? And Dan Siegel, the neurobiologist, said, I wish I had a religion so I can go to church and meet people. Okay? And he didn't. So religion, of course, is not a research we can investigate, but community of believers meeting and praying together and helping one another is a focus of research. So by having people pray together and meet together Friday afternoon prayer, you are creating a sense of community, connectedness, and it has a very positive impact. And we have data to show that. Okay? So you cannot study religion directly, but you can study what they believe and how they behave. And we can study it psychologically and empirically. And this is an important area that we need to investigate, especially colleagues in Islamic University. There is no Islamic psychology because Prophet Muhammad, God did not teach psychology. It's about spirituality. So you can study spirituality in what people believe, okay, and how people behave. But you cannot study Islam psychologically, or Christianity, or Buddhism. So you have to translate religion into belief system and study belief in terms of how they behave. Because in Korea, in most countries, religion has no impact across the world. Shalom Shores in Value Survey. Religiosity has an impact. If you have strong faith, you tend to be happier and you tend to live longer. So you have to separate those two. So communication is the wrong word. It's the ability to listen that is the most powerful. Men, CEOs, presidents, they talk too much. They have to learn to listen. Children, just listen to them. Be with them, and a lot of it is solved. But it's the parents who tell the kids what to do. It's the professors who lecture all the time, like myself. We have to learn to listen, and I learn from my students. I learn from Indonesian data about what is real. So there's a difference between learning that connects the brain and teaching that shuts down the brain. Okay? If you teach, the brain is not stimulated. If you learn, because of agency, brain connects. So education is the wrong word. Government of Indonesia is trying to create accreditation and educational system. That's a disaster. You should focusing on learning, creating a positive environment for learning. And so we think learning is the same as teaching. Teaching is older people telling young people what to do, what to know. And learning is young people learning about things that are important to them. That's why generations cannot communicate. Why? Because older people think of the past. Younger people think of the future. And when older people talk about the past, younger generation have no idea what you're talking about. They're interested in more of the future. So younger people listen to older people and learn from the past. Older people listen to younger people about their future. Okay? Then you communicate and connect. And so these are some of the areas that we need to explore. And the best way to understand is to talk to people and to conduct research, not just questionnaire survey. But these are things that I believe that are necessary. Okay? So problem with my answer, it tends to be too long. So I'll just stop here, or else I'll talk for another 3 hours.
Okay, thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Kim. Is there any other questions?
Yes, Nurul has a question. So we'll take
One
final
more
question from
questions.
Nurul.
Okay.
Okay.
I want to ask, sir, to to have clear understanding about happiness, must we learn characteristic of people during stress in cross-cultural context too? I mean, if I'm not wrong, the goal is to generalize in indigenous psychology itself and find the core characteristics of people. So if we want to understand how people happy, so must we learn first about stress in cross-cultural context?
We must learn from indigenous context first. Then we can compare. So first we learn about Jogja, then we compare to Bandung, Malang, Udayana, Kalimantan. Then we will compare the result with Malaysia in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, island of Kalimantan, and to Kuala Lumpur. So my colleague in Malaysia are collecting data in Malaysia. My colleague in Indonesia is collecting data in India, okay? And we have similar data with colleagues in Italy. And Bandura has already collected this data in United States. My colleague collected data in Italy, okay? And of course, I've collected data in Korea for the last 30 years, okay? So what is missing is data from Indonesia, okay? So if we collect data from Indonesia, we can compare it to Korea, Japan, then Malaysia, India, and even my student from Uzbekistan collected data, and we have very similar pattern of result. Then we can compare the data to United States and to Europe. So the starting point of research is indigenous. And once you understand indigenous, then you go cross-indigenous. Then you compare. Not the other way around. So you cannot compare what you don't understand. So a good way is you taste an apple and you understand why apple tastes good. Then you eat an orange and compare why orange tastes good, right? And it's mainly influenced by the sugar content and acid content and the fragrance, okay? Yes, there's a mic.
What's the meaning of indigenous? I think that was, you said it, in cross-indigenous means in cross-country.
No, indigenous means context, like Jogja. Jogja, then cross-indigenous means comparing Jogja with Malang. So you cross. So the result from Jogja, what are the similarities with data in Malang and Bandung and Jakarta? So when you compare, then you are talking about cross, okay? So you start by understanding result in Jogja first, okay? Then once we have analyzed the data in Malang, Jogja, Bandung, Jakarta, and Bali, then we compare. And when we compare, we can find out what is common in all these samples and what are the differences, what are the variations. So in Jogja, it seemed to be more traditional, community-oriented, and spiritual-oriented. Bandung seems to be more individualistic-oriented, okay? Udayana, we have to collect data. And maybe Jakarta will have difference. So you start from local. Indigenous means context. You start from Jogja, then once you have the data, you can compare with other communities in Indonesia. Then you can compare cross-culturally by comparing to Indonesia, to Malaysia, to Korea. And so these are the next steps that we need to take. Okay.
I believe that you have so many more questions, but I'm so sorry because the time is limited. So we have to end up the session. We would like to thank you very much for Mr. Kim, Professor Kim, for all of the valuable materials, and I would like to thank you for all of the participants too for coming to this seminar. For the closing ceremony, I will hand over the session to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the speaker, moderator, and all participants who have been good participants in this event. May we all get much useful knowledge in our life. Enough from us. Thank you. Shalom, Om Santi Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good afternoon, see you next time, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.